Genesis 3:24. And he threw the humans out. And he threw the humans out, and he caused guardian beings to live on the east of the Garden of Eden. And the flame of a sword, turning itself to guard the way to the tree of lives. Tree of lives. Throwing the humans out is completely depriving us of all the will to do good and all comprehension of truth so completely that those faculties are withheld from us and we cease to be human. Causing guardian beings to live on the east is making sure that we cannot enter into any of the hidden wisdom withheld.
Withheld.
Withheld. Withhold. Wisdom of faith. The east of the Garden of Eden is a heavenly quality from which an intelligent understanding comes. The guardian beings symbolize the Lord's providence, making sure that if we are like this, we do not pry.
Pry.
Mhm. It's like curious.
Curious.
We do not pry into the ideas that compose faith. The flame of a sword turning itself symbolizes self-love with its mad desires and the delusions that grow out of them. These desires and delusions are such that although we want to enter there, we are carried in the opposite direction toward bodily and earthly preoccupations. This is done to guard the way to the tree of life, or in other words, to prevent us from profaning holy things. This deals with the sixth and seventh generations, which met their end in the flood. They were thrown completely out of the Garden of Eden that is separated from any comprehension of truth and became almost non-human, and they were left to their insane desires and delusions. The symbolism of the East and the Garden of Eden has already been demonstrated, so there is no need to dwell on them. Several passages in the Word mentioning the guardian beings, though, show that they symbolize the Lord's providence, making sure we do not incur incur
Incur.
like carry, bring, produce. We do not incur death by profaning the mysteries of faith through an insane exploration of them that relies on our own powers, empiricism,
Empiricism.
empiricism, empiricism of mere facts. The Jews were such that had they clearly recognized certain realities, they would have profaned the knowledge and been destroyed forever. Those realities were that the Lord would come, that the representative or prefigurative prefigurative
Prefigurative.
prefigurative figurative, like figurative language. Prefigurative forms in the church symbolize the Lord, that life continues after death, that we have an inner self, and that the word has an inner meaning. The danger of their profanation was represented by the guardian beings on the appeasement cover atop the ark. appeasement cover.
Appeasement.
It's like calm, appeasement. Cover atop the ark. Top.
Atop.
Atop, on top. The ark on the curtain for the dwelling place and on the veil, and by the same figures in the temple. Figures.
Figures.
Figures in the temple. They symbolized the fact that the Lord was on guard. The ark holding the testimony symbolized the same thing as the tree of life here, the Lord and the things that belong to heaven, which are exclusively the Lord's. This is why the Lord many times is called the God of Israel, seated upon the guardian beings, and when he talked with Aaron and Moses from between them. A clear picture of this appears in Ezekiel in the following words. The glory of Israel got lifted up off the guardian being on which it had been and moved to the threshold of the house. He called to the man wearing linen clothes and said to him, cross through the middle of the city, through the middle of Jerusalem, and make a mark on the four heads of the men who are groaning and sighing. Sighing, like breathing. Sighing over all the abominations done in the middle of it. And to the men themselves he said, cross through the city behind him and strike. Do not let your eyes spare any, and do not exercise compassion. Old person, young man, and young woman, and toddler, and women, kill them to annihilation. Defile the house and fill the courtyards with those who have been stabbed. It's like pierced. Strike. Stabbed. Further on. Yeah, further on. He told the man wearing linen clothes. Clothes. Wearing linen clothes. Go in between the wheels under the guardian being, and fill your palms with embers of fire from between the guardian beings. Embers.
Embers.
Like coal. Embers of fire from between the guardian beings and scattered them over the city. The being stretched its hand out from among the other beings to the fire that was among the beings, picked it up and put it into the palms on the man wearing linen clothes. And he took it and went out. These verses show that the guardian beings symbolize the Lord's providence, working to prevent people from prying into religious mysteries. They also show that for this reason people were left to their mad desires, symbolized here by the fire that was to be sprinkled over the city and by the fact that no one was to be spared. The flame of a sword, churning itself, symbolizes self-love with its mad desires. With its mad desires and delusions, which are such that although we want to enter there, we are carried in the opposite direction toward bodily and earthly preoccupations. So many quotations from the word are available to prove this symbolism that they would fill pages. Let me offer only these words from Ezekiel. Prophesy, and you are to say, this is what Jehovah has said. Say a sword sharpened and even polished for committing slaughter, sharpened to have a flash of lightning to it. Let the sword be used again a third time, the sword of its victims, the sword of much stabbing, penetrating to them in their private rooms, so that their heart will dissolve and it will multiply the stumbling blocks in all their gates. I have put a terror of a sword there. Oh, it has turned into lightning. The sword stands for our desolation. Desolation to the point where we see not a bit of goodness or truth, but only the false things that stand in the way. This is the multiplying of stumbling blocks. Let me add these words in Nahum. Nahum. Nahum.
Nam.
Nahum. Nahum. A horse rider rushing up, and the flame of a sword, and the lightning flash of a spear, and the throne of those stabbed. Mhm. Throne.
Throng.
Like crowd. Throne. Mhm. And the throne of those stabbed.
Stabbed.
Stabbed, like pierced. This describes people who wish to pry into the pry. I forgot. Curiosity. Who wish to pry into the secrets of faith. Each word of this verse, Genesis 3:24, holds such deep secrets that they could never be uncovered. They relate to the inborn character of the people who were destroyed in the flood, a character completely different from that of the people living after the flood. Let me say just a little about it. The most distant ancestors of this generation who formed the earliest church had a heavenly character and so were sown with heavenly seed. Their descendants consequently had in them seed from a heavenly source. Because of its heavenly source, the nature of the seed is to cause love to reign throughout the whole mind and unify it. The human mind has two parts, will and intellect. The will holds love or goodness, the intellect holds faith or truth. From love, goodness, the people of the time perceived that belonged to faith, to truth, so that their minds were unified. The offspring of such people keep the same seed inside them, which is perilous, perilous,
Perilous.
perilous, risky, dangerous. The offspring of such people keep the same seed inside them, which is perilous, perilous, perilous,
Perilous.
perilous, perilous. If they turn away from truth and goodness because they then corrupt their whole mind to such an extent that it can hardly be restored in the other life. Their situation is different for people who do not have heavenly but instead spiritual seed inside them. Spiritual seed inside them, those living after the flood, for example, and those who live in modern times. Such people have no life, no love, and therefore no will to do good. To do good. Faith is still possible, though, in other words, they are able to comprehend truth. Faith or an understanding of truth can lead them to a kind of charity, although they arrive at it by another way. The way lies through conscience, which is instilled in them by the Lord and is formed out of a knowledge of truth and of the good that results from it. So their circumstances are radically, radically different,
Radically.
radically, radically different from those of the people who predated the flood. Those circumstances will be described later. The Lord in His divine mercy willing. These are secrets wholly unknown to people today. No one today has any idea that a heavenly person, what a heavenly person is, or even what a spiritual one is, let alone what the implications are. Implications.
Implications.
Implications. It's like meaning, hidden meaning, manifestation, application, implications, application. Let alone what the implications are for the name, for the nature of the human mind and mortal life, or for the resulting conditions after death. Let alone, what does it mean? Let alone what the implications are. Mhm. Implications. For the nature of the human mind and mortal life, or for the resulting conditions after death. The other world condition, other world condition,
Otherworld.
other world condition of those who died in the flood is such that they can never live in the world of spirits or coexist with other spirits. They live in a hell separated from other spirits, hells, and seemingly placed at the foot of a certain mountain, which appears to be a barrier formed out of their dreadful fantasies and self-deceptions. These dreams and notions of theirs are of a kind that puts another spirits in such a stupor. Stupor. Yeah.
Stupor.
Stupor. Stupor that they cannot tell whether they are alive or dead, since it robs them of all their ability to discern what is true and leaves them without perception. Leaves them without perception. The people who died in the flood had held fast to the same delusions when they were alive, and they were destined in the next life to be incapable of ever living among other spirits without bringing a sort of death to them. In consequence, all people of this type became extinct, extinct, extinct,
Extinct.
like that. Became extinct, and the Lord, in His divine mercy, created new states for the people coming after the flood. The current verse thoroughly describes the condition of these pre-flood people in saying, for instance, that they were thrown out, separated from heavenly goodness, and that guardian beings were made to live in the east of the Garden of Eden. It is owing to their character, owing,
Owing.
owing, like obliged, owing. It's like owning, owing. It is owing to their character that the verse literally says they lived from the east to the Garden of Eden in words that can apply only to them. These words cannot be said of the people who lived later. They have to be described as a stretching from the Garden of Eden to the east. The verse also mentions the flame of a sword turning itself. For modern people, it would have spoken of a sword of flame. Nor would it have mentioned a tree of lives, but a tree of life. There is still more in the series that can never be explained, but can only be understood by angels, to whom the Lord reveals the meaning. Each state holds in it an unlimited number of secrets, and not one of them is known to the human race. From the statements now made about the first human, it can be seen that this person did not pass an evil heredity. Heredity.
Heredity.
No, it's like inheritance. Heredity. To the heredity on to everyone alive today, and that popular belief is wrong in saying we have no inherited evil except what sprang from the source. Sprang. Prince sprang.
Sprang.
Sprang. Sprang. It's like spring. What sprang from that source? It is the primeval church.
Primeval.
Primeval. Like primary. It is the primeval church that is the subject here, and that is being called the human. When the name is used, Adam is used, it symbolizes the idea that humankind was taken from the ground, or that from being non-human, people were made human in being regenerated by the Lord. This is the origin of, and this is the meaning of the name. The truth about inherited evil is that any of us who have actually committed a sin have imposed on ourselves a nature arising out of that sin. The evil is then implanted in our children and becomes hereditary. Maybe hereditary. Hereditary.
Hereditary.
Yeah, hereditary. So it comes from every parent, from every grandparent, great grandparent, great great grandparent, and so on back in order. In this way, it multiplies and grows in each succeeding generation and remains with every one of us, and our own sinful deeds add to it. It does not weak, weaken.
Weaken.
Weak. It does not weaken to the point of harmlessness, except in those whom the Lord regenerates. Anyone who pays attention can see this by considering that the bad tendencies of parents remain visible in their children, so that one family can be distinguished from another, and in fact, one generation from another. Our entry into eternal life continued. Mhm. Maybe someone wants to read? Hello, everyone.
I read.
Go
uh,
ahead.
our, our entry into eternal life. After our revived selves, our souls have been restored to the light so that we can look around us. The spiritual angels mentioned before, perform every service for us that we can possibly desire in our new state. They teach us about the things that exist in the other life, but only so far as we can comprehend. To anyone who had been a believer and has an interest, they also show the grand and amazing sights of heaven. But if the revived person or soul is not the kind who wants to learn, he or she then wants to leave the angels' company. The angels are quick to perceive this because in the next life, all the ideas involved in our thinking are shared generally. When we are eager to part with the angels, they do not leave us, but we disconnect from them. Angels love everyone and want nothing more than to be helpful to us, teach us, and take us up into heaven. That is their highest pleasure. When we as souls be break off with them in the way, we are next welcomed by good spirits, and in their company every possible service is again performed for us. However, if our life in the world was such that we cannot stay among the good, once more we want to get away from them. The process repeats continuously until we come into contact with the type of people whose life in the world was in the total agreement with ours. Among them, is it among them, we seem to find our uh is it over life,
Own,
own
our
life.
own, our own.
Okay.
We seem to
Find out
find our own.
okay. Our own life. Then, surprising to say, we live the same kind of life with them as we had lived in the body. As we as we sink back into that life, we experience a new beginning. Some of us move on from there to toward hell after a fairly long time and some after a fairly short time. Those of us who had believed in the Lord, however, from the time of the new beginning are gradually led to heaven. Some reach heaven more slowly and some more quickly. I have even seen some taken up into heaven immediately after death. Allow me to mention just two examples. A man came and spoke to me who, as certain signs indicated, had recently departed from life. At first he did not realize where he was. Uh, say
Supposing.
sorry, supposing supposing himself to be in the world, I then informed him that he was in the next life and that he no longer had any possessions, house, money, and so on, but was in another realm where he lacked everything he had owned in the world, filled with anxiety over this. He did not know what direction to go or where he would live. But I told him that the Lord alone looks out for him and for everyone. Afterward, I left him alone to think as he had thought it in the world. He started to wonder. Everyone's thoughts can be perceived clearly in the other life. What he should do now, being destitute of everything that had allowed him to stay alive. Still laboring under this anxiety, he was transferred to the company of spirits with a heavenly nature. They were in the vicinity of the heart and everything.
Destitute.
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 It's like needy,
Destitute.
deprived, like underprivileged.
Underprivileged.
Mhm. Being destitute of everything that had allowed him to stay alive. Destitute and anxiety.
Anxiety.
Mhm. It's like fear, fear, anxiety, heart, and everything.
And everything he wanted, whatever it was, they helped him with it. With this done, he was again left alone and under the inspiration of charity began to consider how he would repay such great kindness. All this showed that in the life of the body he had possessed, the charity that belongs to faith. As a result, he was lifted up into heaven instantly. I also watched another.
Instantly. It's it's like immediately. Mhm.
Instantly. Immediately.
Immediately. Instantly and immediately.
Another person transferred right into heaven by the angels, and saw him received by the Lord and shown heaven's glory. Besides all this, I know from much other experience that it takes time for some people to reach heaven.
Mhm. Next chapter, Genesis 4. What is life of the soul or spirit is like. Mhm. I'll read this. What is life generally like for souls or recently departed spirits after death? Wide experience has shown me that when people come into the next life, they do not realize they are there. They think they are still in the world and, in fact, in their bodies. They are so convinced of this that if you tell them they are spirits, they are amazed and dumbfounded. Dumbfounded.
Dumbfounded.
It's like stunned, stunned,
Stunned.
stunned, shocked, dumbfounded for two reasons. One is that they seem completely human in respect to their senses, desires, and thoughts. The other is their previous disbelief, disbelief or disbelief,
Disbelief.
disbelief. When they lived in the world, that they were spirits, or in some cases, that spirits could even be like this. A second thing is that spirits' powers of sensation are much more highly developed than when they lived in the body, as is the gift for thinking and speaking. These abilities are so much greater than that they can hardly even be compared. Still, spirits are unaware of the change until the Lord leads them to reflect on it. Avoid succumbing, succumbing,
Succumbing.
succumbing,
Succumbing.
succumbing. It's like indulge, succumbing. Avoid succumbing.
Avoid.
Avoid, like escape. Avoid succumbing to the false opinion that spirits lack the power of sensation and the sensation much keener than they had while living in the body. Much keener.
Keener.
Sensitive. Than they had while living in the body. I know the opposite to be true from thousands and thousands of experiences. If you do not want to believe because of assumptions,
Assumptions.
assumptions, like supposition, Hypo- hypothesis, presumption,
Presumption.
presumption, assumption and presumption. You make about the spirit, keep it to yourself when you enter the other life. Their actual experience will make a believer out of you. Spirits have eyesight, since they live in light, and good spirits, angelic spirits, and angelic spirits and angels live in such bright light that the world's noonday light can hardly be compared to it. More will be said later on with the Lord's divine mercy about the light that they live in and see by. Not only that, they also have hearing, and such sensitive hearing that their former physical hearing cannot be measured against it. They have talked with me almost continually for several years now, but more about the speech will also be told later with the Lord's divine mercy. They have a sense of smell also dealt with later with the Lord's divine mercy. They have an extremely sensitive sense of touch from which come the excru how to pronounce
Excruciating.
excruciating like torment, torment, grievous, excruciating,
Grievous.
grievous, excruciating, pangs, pangs.
Pangs.
It's like pain, attack of pain, sorrow, excruciating pangs of hell. All the senses relate to touch since they are simply different varieties of it. They have desires and feelings to which, again, the ones they had during physical existence cannot be compared. This too will be explained on below with the Lord's divine mercy. They think much more clearly and precisely than they did during the life of the body, packing more into a single mental image than they did into 1,000 when they engaged in thought during bodily life. They talk to each other with such great acumen.
Acumen.
Acumen, like discernment. hmm Acumen, subtlety, subtlety.
Subtlety.
Subtlety, subtlety. Subtlety is like tenderness, shrewdness, shrewdness. Acumen, subtlety, great acumen, subtlety, wisdom, and clarity. That if we perceived only part of what they said, we would be astounded. Astounded. It's like shocked. Astounded.
Astounded.
Yeah, amazed, shocked. In short, they have lost absolutely nothing they need in order to be human and more perfectly human at that except flesh and bones and the accompanying imperfections. They acknowledge and perceive that during bodily life, the spirit was what actually sensed things. Although sensation seemed to take place in their bodies, it was not, in fact, physical. Consequently, when the body has been laid aside, sensation lives in lives on with much greater acuity and perfection. Acuity. Yeah, I forgot.
Acuity.
Acuity. Like sharpness, acuity. Acuity and perfection. Life consists in sensation because without it there is no life, and the quality of sensation determines the quality of life as anyone can recognize. Below at the end of the chapter are some examples of people who thought otherwise in the life of the body. James 4, and I will read. It's from the Bible, chapter chapter from the Bible. Maybe someone wants to read this chapter, Genesis 4, before we can read the explanation of inner meaning of this chapter.
I read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Genesis 4. And the human knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and delivered Cain. And she said, I have acquired a man, Jehovah. And she went on to deliver his brother Abel. And Abel was a shepherd of the flock. And Cain was one who cultivated the ground. And it happened at the end of some days that Cain brought forward in sorry, there is something blocking the like and an exclamation. So uh, some part of it on the upper.
Mm. Where do what do you mean? And it happened at the end of some
It's like
days. That
an exclamation, like Cain brought forward. So there's a word there, and I can't see it because there's an
brought.
exclamation on that area.
Mm.
Cain brought forward, so I can't read the following word because it was blocked.
Some. Mm-hmm.
Some. Oh yeah. Some of the
Some.
fruit.
Mm.
Okay. Some of the fruit of the ground as an offering to Jehovah. For the Abel too brought
Maybe
forward some
Abel. How to
Abel
pronounce
at the
Abel,
Abel. Oh yeah.
Abel?
It's okay. Abel. And Abel too brought forward some of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And Jehovah looked on Abel and on his offering. But Cain and his offering he ignored, and anger kindled strongly in Cain, and his face fell. And Jehovah said to Cain, why has anger kindled in you? And what?
And why?
And why? And why?
Mm-hmm.
And why has your face fallen? If you do well, will it not raise you up? And if you do not do well, sin lies at your door, and Abel longs for you, but you rule him. You rule him. And Cain said to Abel his brother, and it happened when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and killed him. And Jehovah said to Cain, where is Abel, your brother? And he said, Abel, sorry, I do not know my brother's guardian. And he said,
Guardian.
guardian,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he said,
Guardian. Like guardian.
guardian,
Guardian. Guardian. Mm-hmm. Like bodyguard.
mhm. And he said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground. And now I curse on you from the ground, which opened its mouth, receiving your brother's blood from your hand. When you cultivate the ground, it will no longer yield its strength to you. A wanderer and fugitive you will be on the earth. And Cain said to Jehovah, my wickedness is too great to be taken away. Look, you have thrown me out today off the face of the ground, and I will be hidden from your face and will be a wanderer and fugitive on the earth. And it will come about that anyone who finds me will kill me. And Jehovah said to him, therefore anyone who kills Cain will suffer sevenfold of vengeance. And Jehovah put a mark on Cain, that no one who found him should strike him. And Cain went out from before Jehovah, and he lived in the land of Nod, to the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and delivered Enoch. Is it Enoch?
Mm-hmm. Enoch.
And Cain was building a city, and he named the city after his son Enoch. And Irad was born to Enoch, and Irad father fathered. I'm not good at names. Sorry. How
Mehujael,
should I
maybe.
pronounce this? Mehuj.
Wait, let's.
Hello,
Mahujal.
can I?
Mehujael.
Yeah, yeah. You want to read? You want? I think she said,
Can,
"Can I?" You want to
can
read?
I read? Yes, I want.
Mm-hmm.
Should oh maybe she wants to read. So should I give her?
Uh, maybe, maybe, yeah, maybe if you want to read, yeah, maybe. But if you want to read, I don't know. Hmm. Sorry, what
Okay,
did you say?
you
What? Who wants to read too? You can read maybe next
have
section.
have
Mm-hmm.
yeah. You what?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read after me? I just finished this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was not understandable. It's like her microphone was interrupting because I think it was not understandable. You can continue. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think we're on the second page.
Mm-hmm.
Java put marker in should strike. I already read this.
And
Number 18.
Irad
I
fathered
already read it.
Mehujael, and Mehujael fathered Mehushael, and Mehushael fathered Lamech. Lamech, and yeah, from 19. Mm-hmm.
How should how should you pronounce it?
Methushahel, I think maybe these names.
Mathoshal.
Methushel, I
Met
think it's mhm. uh,
and Mehu
Methushel.
Metusha Metu
Maybe it's correct. Methushel. Because
Metu
it's like Hebrew name.
yeah, Metuhel.
Lamech.
Lamech. I
Lamech.
don't sure that this translator says these names correctly, but I think so. Yeah, Lamech.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Lamech, but Lamech.
Lamech.
Lamech. Yeah, maybe Lamech.
Or Lamech.
Mm-hmm.
Mehu. Alright. Should I read it how
Yeah, yeah, go on.
okay. Mehu Hael and Mehushael fathered Metushael, and Metushael fathered Lamech or Lamech, whatever. And Lamech took two wives to himself, the name of one being Ada and the name of the other Zillah. Zillah. And Ada delivered Habal,
Jabal, maybe.
Jabal, Habal, whatever. He was the father of the tent dweller and of livestock. And the name of his brother was Jubal.
Jubal. It's
Jubal.
Jabal, maybe. Jabal and Jubal, I think. Let's see.
It's
Jabal.
Is Jabal, and this is like Jabal too, but I think it's Jubal.
Jubal.
no, it's
Jubal.
his brother. You mean it? Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
They're siblings. He was the
Mm-hmm.
father of everyone playing the harp and the organ. And Zillah in turn delivered Tubal, Cain, who trained every artisan in bronze and iron, and Tubal Cain's sister, and Na mm, mm, Nama.
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 And Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, listen to my voice, wives of Lamech, and with your ears perceive what I say, because I killed the man for my wound, and a little child for my bruise. For Cain will be
For my bruise.
Bruise.
Bruise. It's like
injury, like
yeah, hurt.
Hurt.
Hurt. Little child for my. Maybe it's not hurt. For my hurt, like.
injury, like
uh,
injury.
Maybe. For Cain will be avenged. Avenged.
Avenge,
What is avenged?
avenge, like
Avenge.
Vengeance. Revenged. Revenge.
yeah,
It's about vengeance. Avenged.
yes. Seven avenge 7 times and Lamech 77 times. And the human knew his wife again, and she delivered a son and called his name Seth, because God has restored other seed for me in place of Abel, since Cain killed him. And to Seth in turn a son was born, and he called his name Enosh. Then people began to call on the name of Jehovah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, who wanted to read? You can read this summary. Mm. She left. I think.
No, she's still
Okay.
there. I think she wants to read.
Okay, I'll continue. The subject here is religious positions developed independently of the church, or in other words, heresies. Heresies or heresies.
Heresies.
Heresies. A new church raised up later, called Enosh, is also treated of, because the earliest church loved the Lord, it believed in Him, but some people came along who divided faith from love. The teaching that faith was separate
Separate.
The teaching that faith was separate from love was named Cain. Charity, which is love for others, was called Abel. The way each group worshipped is described. Cain's offering depicts worship motivated by a detached faith, while Abel's offering depicts worship motivated by charity. Worship based on charity was pleasing, while worship based on detached faith was not. Cain's burning anger and the fallen face portrayed a change for the worse in the condition of those who latched on to a separated faith. Charity allows us to recognize the quality of faith. In addition, charity wants to exist alongside faith if faith does not become the chief thing and is not lifted up above charity. Charity was blotted out among those who detached faith from it and made faith more important, as illustrated by Cain in his murder of his brother Abel. Charity that has been extinguished is called the voice of blood. Corrupt theology is called a curse from the ground, and falsity and evil from the theology are the wanderer and the fugitive on the earth. Since those people turned away from the Lord, they were in danger of eternal death. But faith was the means by which charity would be implanted from them on, so a sacred ban was placed on the violation of it. This is the mark put on Cain. The removal of faith from the seed it used to occupy is Cain's residence to the east of Eden. The heresy in a later explained form is called Enoch. Other heresies out of it are also given names, in the last of which, called Lamech, no more faith remained. Ada and Zillah means a new church that now came into being and was portrayed in these women's sons, Jabal, Jubal, and Tubal Cain. The heavenly aspects of the church were represented by Jabal, the spiritual aspects by Jubal, and the earthly aspects by Tubal Cain. The church arose when every shred of faith and of charity had been destroyed and the most sacred bond had been violated. At the end of the story, after the obliteration of charity by a detached obliteration,
Obliteration.
it's like annihilation, destroying by detached faith, Cain, the Lord granted a new kind of faith, one through which charity would be introduced. That faith is Seth. Charity introduced by means of faith is called Enosh, or another person, which is the name of the church. In Armenian.
Serious.
Who wants to read? What do you say? Okay. I'll continue if nobody wants to read. The subject here is the deterioration in Armenian.
Deterioration.
Deterioration like degradation. Dete, dete, deterior.
Deterioration.
Deterioration. Deterioration of the early church, of the falsification of religious teachings. Heresies and the sects are described under the names of Cain and his descendants. In connection with this, we need to understand that we can have no idea how their religion was falsified or what the church's heresies and the sects were like unless we are thoroughly acquainted with the nature of the true church. With such acquaintance, we can recognize how things stood. The earliest church has already been discussed quite amply. Amply like it's like generously. Amply.
Amply.
Amply. Amply. Generously. Abundantly. Richly. Amply. Amply. Discussed quite amply. I showed that it was in the form of a heavenly person and that its adherents did not acknowledge any other faith than one of love for the Lord and for other people. Through that love, they received the faith from the Lord, or in other words, a perception of all that belongs to faith. They did not even want to use the word faith for fear it would be separated from love as shown earlier. That is what a person of heavenly character is like, and David, in speaking of the Lord as monarch and of a heavenly person as royal offspring, uses the following images to represent that nature. Give your judgments to the monarch and your justice to the royal offspring. The mountains will bring peace to the people, and will the hills injustice. Generation after generation will fear you in the lasting of the sun and before the face of the moon. In their days, the upright individual will flourish. as will great peace, until there is no moon. The sun symbolizes love and the moon faith. The mountains and hills symbolize the earliest church. Generation after generation symbolizes the religions that came after the flood. It says until there is no moon because faith will be love. See also what is said in Isaiah. This shows the nature of the earliest church and of its religious thought. Modern times in which faith comes first are completely different, but through faith, the Lord endows us with charity, and then charity takes highest importance. It follows that religious teachings were falsified in earliest times when people declared their faith and in the process separated faith from love. Those who falsified the religion in this way, dividing faith from love, that is, championing championing faith, like faith
Championing.
championing. Mm. It's like defend, championing,
Championing.
defending faith. Championing faith alone were at that time called Cain. To do as they did was scandalous to the earliest people. Scandalous.
Scandalous.
Scandalous. They did was scandalous to the earliest people. Next verse, Genesis 4:1. Who wants to read this? Who can read?
I.
Go ahead.
338, Genesis 45:1. And the human knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived,
Conceived.
conceived, and delivered Cain, and she said, I have acquired a man, Jehovah. The human and his wife, Eve, symbolize the earliest church as is known. His firstborn or first offspring is faith, which is called kinhe. She said, I have acquired the man Jehovah, means that faith among those called Cain was recognized and acknowledged as a thing in itself. Is that the continuing or the others?
Yeah, go on. You can read this verse, Genesis 4:1. Explanation of this verse. It's in Armenian.
339. In the 3 previous chapters, I have offered proof enough that the man and his wife symbolized the early church so that there can be no doubt of it. Since the human and his wife are the early church, it makes sense that what was conceived and given birth to by them could not be anything else than what was conceived and born in the church. The earliest people were very familiar with assigning names that had symbolic meaning, and in this way, we think again
Creating.
created
And in this way, creating
genealogy.
genealogy.
Genealogy, after all, the church attributes bear the same relationship to each other. One thing is conceived and born from another and relates to it like a new generation. Consequently, it is common for the word to reveal that the church attributes as time as conception and birth, as offspring, babies, children, daughters, sons, youth, and so on. The prophetic parts are full of such reference. Still me or the others?
You can read it if you can. I mean, but if
Yeah.
you're tired, this verse.
2040. The opening summary of this chapter establishes the meaning of his said, I have acquired them in Jehovah. It is with that faith among those called China was recognized and acknowledged as a thing in itself. Before this it was if people were unaware. unaware of what faith was, because they had a perception of everything involved in a faith. When they started to create a distinct doctrine concerning faith, however, they drew out principles they had learned through perception, reduced them into systematic theology, and named them or have acquired them in Jehovah, as if they had stumbled into some new thing. In this way, they turned what had been written on their heart into a set of facts. In ancient times, people gave a name to every new phenomenon and explained it. The significance of the names in just their
Mhm.
and name
Significance.
significance. Significance.
Significance.
It's like meaning, significance, meaning.
Yeah, like
Sign-
important.
Meaning, like the meaning of the names in just this significance way.
Sway.
Mhm.
They explained, for example, that Ismail meant that Jehovah had heard Hagar's unhappiness. That Reuben meant Jehovah has in mind unhappiness. That Zimun meant that Jehovah and heard Leah was not well loved. And that Judah meant this time I will acclaim Jehovah. The altar built by Moses was called Jehovah my banner. Here the
Acclaim. Acclaim and claim like the
claim
same thing. Acclaim, proclaim,
Acclaim.
proclaim
claim,
great
like
recognition
proclaim.
great. The doctrine concerning faith was called I have agreed and made you over that is to say can't change. Yeah, maybe that
Thank
is
you. Thank you very much. It's the next verse, Genesis 4:2. Who wants to read this verse? Explanation of this verse? Maybe. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Do you want to read?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to read this book? Read it on. You can see on the stream.
Okay, what book is this?
It's Secrets of Heaven by Emmanuel Swedenborg. This is this book
Okay, so
about.
is everyone here reading or
If someone wants to read, you can read this verse, Genesis 4:2, like explanation, like secret meaning of this verse of the book of Genesis of the Bible. He explains about Swedenborg writes about secret meaning, like heavenly meaning of Bible.
okay? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested, so I'll have to leave.
Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
I read
Yeah. Go ahead.
Genesis 4:2, and she went on to deliver his brother Abel. And Abel was a shepherd of the flock, and Cain was one who cultivated the ground. The church, second born in charity, symbolized by Abel and brother. A shepherd of the flock is people who do the good that charity inspires. One who cultivated the ground is people who lack charity, however attached they may be to a faith separated from love, which no kind of faith. The fact that the church second born is charity can be seen from the things that the church conceives and gives birth to, nothing but faith and charity. The first children, Leah bore to Jacob, have the same symbolism. Reuben, is it a name?
Yeah. Reuben is the name of son of Leah. Leah is the mother of Reuben.
Okay. Reuben symbolizes faith. Simeon, faith in action, and Levi, charity.
Levi.
Levi. Okay.
Levi. It's like jeans. Jeans. Levi's.
Levi.
Okay,
Levi's
Levi.
from it.
Levi, charity. This is also why the tribe of Levi, because the priest and represented a shepherd of the flock. As charity is the church, it's the church second born. It is called the brother, and it is named Abel. Everyone can see that a shepherd of a flock is one who does the good that charity inspires, because the image is common in the Old and New Testaments of the word. One who leads and teaches is called a shepherd or pastor, while those who are led and taught are termed the flock. No one who fails to lead people to the good involved in charity, or who fails to teach about that good, is a true shepherd. No one who fails to follow the
Path.
path
Mhm.
to goodness, or to learn about it, is part of the flock. Of course, it is unnecessary to demonstrate this symbolism of shepherd or pastor and flock by passages from the word, but let me mention this anyway in Isaiah. The Lord will give rain for the seed with which you sow the ground, and bread from the produce of the ground. He will pasture
Yo.
your your livestock on that day in a broad meadow. Bread from the produce of the ground is charity in the same author. The Lord, is it Jehovah? Why is it Jehovah?
No,
Je-
it's Jehovah. Like
is it
Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Jehovah? Oh yeah.
Mhm.
The Lord Jehovah will pasture his flock like a shepherd. He will gather the lambs into his arm and carry them on his chest. He will lead their new mothers gently. In David, a shepherd of Israel, listen intently as you lead the Joseph like a flock, as you sit upon the guardian beings shine out. In
In,
Jeremiah,
intently.
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 It's like carefully. Mhm. For example, listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. Like listen intently. Listen carefully. Intently. In Jeremiah.
I have compared the daughter of Zion to an attractive and delicate woman. Shepherds will come to her, and their flocks will pitch their tents near her all around. They will each graze their space. In Ezekiel, the Lord Jehovah said, I will multiply them like a flock of people, like a holy flock, like the flock of Jerusalem and its set. Times in this way, the deserted cities will be filled with a flock of people. In Isaiah, every flock of Arabia will be gathered to you. The rams of uh, Neba, how should I say it?
Nebayoth, like I think it's
Nebiot?
any area maybe in Arabia.
Nebaioth.
Nebayoth.
Nebaioth.
Nebayoth.
Nebaioth will Nebaioth will wait on you. Those who lead the flock towards neighborly kindness are those who gather the flock. Those who do not lead toward neighborly kindness are those who scatter the flock. All togetherness and unity are the result of charity, while all dispersal and disjunction come from a lack of charity.
Disjunction.
Disjunction.
It's like separation. Hmm. It's interesting, yeah, because it's like togetherness. It's like unity too, yeah, togetherness. Hmm.
Togetherness.
It's like unity, closeness, commonality,
Mhm.
Commonality.
commonality, like communion. And he says like all togetherness and unity are the result of charity. Well, because charity I understand it like charity can unite people together and to make them one.
Mhm.
And he writes, while all dispersal and disjunction like separation, come from a lack of charity. Yeah, I am agree totally. I'm totally agree because if we have if we have in any community a lack of charity, I think people will be
Disperse.
yeah,
Disperse.
dispersed and disjuncted, disjuncted like this. Yeah. Okay.
What purpose is there to faith or to the facts inside and teaching of faith except that we may become what faith teaches us to be? And is the primary thing it teaches is charity, as stated in Mark 12:28, 20 to 34, and Matthew 20 to 35, 40, which faith looks in all it does. If we do not gain charity, what is knowledge or doctrine but a nothing? One who cultivated the ground is people who lack charity. However attached they may be a faith separated from love, which is no kind of faith. This can be seen from what follows, that Jehovah ignored Cain's offering and Cain killed his brother, or in other words, destroyed the charity that Abel symbolized. People whose sights were set on bodily and earthly interests were said to cultivate the ground. This can be from remarks made at Genesis 3:19. 23, where it says that the humans were sent away from the Garden of Eden to cultivate the ground.
Thank you. Genesis 4:3. Who wants to read?
Can I read?
I
Yeah.
can read.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I?
Nice.
Okay.
Nice to see.
Okay, okay.
Nice to hear you and see you here.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, you read. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. And it happened at the end of some days that Cain brought forward some of the fruit of the grounds as an offering to Jehovah. The end of some day,
Days.
days, I can't.
Mm. Can you see? Means the end of some days means.
Means the passage of time. Fruit of the ground means doing what faith requires without loving others. And offering to Jehovah means the worship rising out of those deeds. Anyone can see that the end of Sundays means the passage of time. The doctrine called chain, in its beginning, when it still had a simple quality, did not appear to have been as displeasing as later, which can be seen from the fact that they called the child acquired the man Jehovah. Neither was faith as completely divided from love in the beginning as it was at the end of some days, or with the passage of time. This is what happens with all genuine religion's teachings. The fact that
Go
the
on.
fruit,
Mhm.
okay, it's finished.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay,
It's
the fact that the fruit of the ground means doing what faith requires without loving others is also evident from what follows. Deeds or of faith that lack charity are deeds devoid of faith. In themselves, they are that, since they belong exclusively to the other self.
Outer.
Jeremiah speaks of them this way. Why is the path of the goddess successful? Planted them, they also took root. They grew, they also produced fruits. You are nearby in their mouth, but far from their kindness. How long will the land mourn and the grass of every field wither? Can I stop?
I mean, you can read this verse at all because it is your turn,
Okay.
and you can read this
Okay.
verse because you are reading Genesis 4:3 and explanation of this.
Okay, I didn't know. I can continue.
Mhm.
Nearby in their mouth, but far from their kidneys.
Kidneys
Kidneys refers to those who advocate a faith detached from charity.
detached,
It
detached.
detached from charity. It says of them that the land mourns. The same book calls of faith devoid of
Kidneys. It's like inner
yes,
organs, I think.
organs.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's
Kidneys.
kidneys, like it's like kid organs, inner organs of
Okay.
human.
I didn't know that.
I can show picture kidneys, for example.
Okay.
Kidneys.
So what is mourns? Can you show?
Well, it's like cry, mourn. It's like cry.
Okay.
Yeah, this is kidneys, like this kidneys.
Okay.
This
I
this
understand.
picture. Mhm.
Thank you.
Kidney anatomy, like this. This is kidney. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And mourn is like mourns, like weeping and mourning and weeping, like cry, grieve.
Means. Means.
I don't understand, but because I think it's mourn. Maybe it's wrong pronunciation.
Okay. I
Let's see in
understand.
dictionary, but pronunciation I think it's not correct. Maybe this dictionary
Mourns.
Mourn.
I'll
mourn,
looking. Yes.
Mourn.
mourn. Acts of faith devoid.
Void of.
Devoid. I forgot what is devoid. Devoid, like deprived, lacking,
Devoid.
deprived. Next page.
The fruit of their deeds. The heart is more a usurper than anything else. Is and is beyond hope. Who really knows the heart? I, Jehovah, am examining the heart, testing the kidneys, and to give them each as their race deserve, as the fruit of their deeds deserves.
Examining. You said examining. It's
Examining, yeah,
examining. Mhm.
Examining.
examining.
Examining. It's about exams.
In Micah, the land will become a desolate place because of its residents. Its return for the fruit of their deeds. But Amos says this kind of fruit is non-fruit, that is, it is the work of that people, and what the fruit
But
it and the root.
I, I hear echo from someone who makes
Yeah,
echo here. Maybe you can turn off your speakers. hmm Okay. And both the fruit and
fruit
the root
are destroyed.
Fill in the
destroyed.
blanks.
Mhm.
As
One
before
month, what? Warning remarks. Time to alpha 2.5. Yes, throw the recursion chat is
Who is screaming here? Because we are reading the book.
Clones. Okay. He closed.
Mm-hmm.
I can continue.
Mm-hmm.
Before their faces I have destroyed the Amortis, whose height was like the height of Tedars, and they were strong like an oak. Yet I destroyed the int fruits upwards, their roots downwards. And
And
in
in David. Mm-hmm.
their fruit you will destroy from the earth, and their seed from among the children of humankind. But deeds inspired by charity are alive. They are said to send roots below, and yield fruit above as Isha,
Isaiah.
Isaiah. The remaining refuges of Panda's house will put Nev
Refugees. Refugees like this.
Refugees.
Refugees. Like fugitive. Asylum seekers. Asylum seekers. Refugees. We'll put new. Go on. Next page. Maybe she left, yeah. Mm-hmm. The remaining refugees of Judah's house will put new root downward and produce fruit upward. To produce fruit upward as to act with charity as motivation. The fruit is called excellent in the same author. On the day Jehovah's offshoot will become the beauty and glory, and the earth fruit will become the excellence and adornment of Israel's rescue, rescues. Rescues.
Rescuees.
Rescues. Mm-hmm. It's like people who were saved. It is also the fruit of salvation, as the same author terms it. Drizzle. What is drizzle?
Drizzle.
Drizzle is like sprinkle. It's about raining. Drizzle. Drizzle, you heavens, from above, and let the heights of the sky flow with justice. It's interesting, yeah. How how can you understand it? Drizzle, you heavens, from above, and let the heights of the sky flow with justice. Yeah, because we can say that justice is from sky, is from heaven. I agree. Let the earth open and let them bear the fruit of salvation, and let justice sprout together with it. I, Jehovah, will create this. The meaning of an offspring as worship can be established.
No, not justice came. It depends from person. It's not came as to us from sky. I don't understand this.
Because sky is what is above. Yeah, but it's like understanding, because heaven is like what is above. It's more highest understanding. It's about intelligence and intellect, because people cannot understand. I mean, some people cannot understand what is justice. Yeah, it means they are from below. Like they're like animals, like cattle. Their minds are on the ground, because it's like it's figurative language. Yeah, because if justice comes to us from our understanding. Yeah, because if you understand what is justice, if you hunger and thirst for justice, hungry and thirsty for justice, it means we understand that this is good thing to have among us. Yeah, but if we don't see justice around us, it means people don't love justice, and because they're like cattle, like animals like this. In this sense,
No,
that because it's
some people understand
Mhm.
where is justice, where is not justice, but they, for example, he see that in this life, all in some, for example, in some situation, is not justice. Yeah, he's just nothing do for this. I don't know. Think about this and don't decide this. Just how to say this about this you
yeah.
say.
And why do you think some community have justice inside it, but some communities like countries
No,
don't
I
have
think
justice?
all people.
Mhm.
No, I think all people on this earth understand justice, but
Yeah.
only
hmm
some people. Uh, how to say do justice on this earth.
Yeah, maybe they understand justice, but they don't have
Mm-hmm.
justice. In courts, for example, there are judges
Mm-hmm.
judge without justice. Yeah, because we can
Mm-hmm.
say that it's like
But they
mm,
know truth and understand where is right. Um,
yeah, they know what is justice, but they don't have
mhm,
justice because they don't have charity. Maybe they don't have justice because they cannot do
mhm,
it. I mean, yeah, because everyone
mhm,
of that community should do justice in his life, and that community
mhm,
will have justice inside it. Yeah, it will be just community. For example,
mhm,
like Switzerland, for example, country Switzerland.
mhm,
People from Switzerland say that they have justice in their country. It's like just country,
mhm,
but
mhm,
some country can say we don't have justice around us, and just life is
mhm,
not fair. For example, like this.
mhm,
That because it says that he means that sky flow with justice because we know that God lives in heaven because God is above, like heaven
mhm,
is a kingdom of God, and we can say that justice comes from heaven, from God, because God is just. Only God is just, but we are just because we can understand what is justice and we can create justice around us. Would you agree? Yeah, with
Maybe
my understanding.
no. Maybe the meaning of this text, this is sentences that justice came after the death, and it's shown in the sky. Maybe this is the meaning. I don't know.
Sky is like heaven, yeah, because in my
Mhm,
understanding, sky like heaven is the just any just ideal society, because it's about because if we say that God is just, because God is like a term to understand what is good, what is just, what is best, what is
mhm,
mercy, it's what is charity at all. And we can say God, and you will understand what does it mean because it is about justice and charity and mercy because we know God is merciful.
mhm,
And we can say that all justice comes from above when our minds are exalted to understand that what is justice, yeah, and we desire to have justice around us, and we can create justice. It
mhm,
means we became regenerated people, like we became new creatures in this sense. Actually, it's about salvation. Do you see? It says, "Let the earth open." Uh, like this. Let
mhm.
the earth
Verse
open
open
and
and
let
let
the
them be bear the fruit of
bear
salvation, bearer of
mhm,
salvation.
bear like to.
There.
It's not
It's like
like
help.
bear. Yeah, no, it's like carry. carry, bring. Do you see in the sense? Because bear is like,
It's like to save or to, how do you say? Yeah, safe.
yeah, it's about salvation.
Bear the
Because
fruit of salvation. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, in my understanding, if we have justice in our society, it means we are saved. But if we are, because we are saved, because we have justice in our courts, in our judges, just because it means we are saved in this sense, yeah. Because salvation and justice, I mean, in this sense, are like the same thing. Because salvation comes from justice, and we can say justice comes from salvation, in my understanding. And this is, and justice sprout together with it. Yeah, like justice sprout together with salvation. It's like they come together, justice and salvation. And he says, I, Jehovah, will create this. Like Jehovah is going to create justice and
Okay,
salvation
this.
for us. And we can be happy, yeah, because if I understand that life is fair, life is just around me, I am happy. Yeah. But if I know that life is not fair, there are a lot of injustice in the world, it's difficult to be happy. Would you agree? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Uh, maybe do you want to continue from this? Or maybe yeah,
Okay.
it's because it's or may yeah, and you can read maybe next verse if you want, Genesis 4:4, and I will continue from this, or maybe you want to
Okay.
continue. Mhm.
The meaning of often offering as worship
Offering.
offering as worship can be established by the representative practices of the Jewish religion, and all its sacrifices, the presentation of the first fruits of the land and of all its produce, and the giving of the firstborn. These are called offerings and constituted that religion's worship. Since all these offerings represented heavenly things and had to do with the Lord, they symbolized true worship. Anyone can recognize this. What is a representative act without the thing it represents? What is the outer shell without inner contents, but some that idolatrous thing? It is the inner contents or the Lord working through the inner contents that give the outer shell life. Clearly, then all such of offerings in a representative religion symbolize worship of the Lord. The symbolism of the individual types will, with the Lord's the divine mercy, be given later. The general meaning of offerings as worship can be seen in many places in the prophets. In Malachi, for instance, who can endure
Endure.
the endure
Endure.
endure the day of his coming? He will sit smelting and purging silver, and will purify the children of
Purify.
Levi. Purify
Purify.
the children of Levi and refine them like gold and like silver, and they will be bringing an offering to Jehovah in justice. And the offering of Judah and Jerusalem will be sweet to Jehovah, as in the days of old and as in the ancient years. An offering made in justice is the inner content that the children of Levi, meaning devout worshippers, will bring. The days of old are the very earliest church, and the ancient years are the ancient church in Ezekiel. On my holy mountain, on the mountain of Israel, high ground, Israel, high ground, all the house of Israel, that whole land will worship me. There I will be appeased by them, and there I will seek your oblations and the first fruits of your offerings in all your consecrations. The oblation and the first fruit of their offerings in their consecrations are again good deeds that charity from the Lord has consecrated in Zephaniah.
Mhm. Zephaniah.
Zephaniah.
Mhm. It's a prophet, name of prophet. Oblations. What
Mm.
is it?
Ablations.
Oblations. It's like sacrifice, offering, oblations, and the first fruits.
From the fourth of the rivers of Ethiopia, those who adore me will bring my offering. Um, Ethiopia stands for those who possess heavenly attributes, love, charity, and deeds inspired by charity, and able to brought forward some
Some of the firstborn.
of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And Jehovah looked on Abel and on his offering. Abel,
Abel.
he, Abel,
Abel.
he is
Mhm.
Abel. He symbolizes charity as he did earlier. The firstborn of the flock symbolizes holiness, which is exclusively the Lord's. The fat symbolizes the actual quality of heaven, which is also the Lord's. Jehovah looked on Abel and on his offering means that everything connected with the charity was pleasing to the Lord, as well as was all worship springing from charity. Abel has already been shown to symbolize charity. Charity means love for our neighbor. It means mercy too, since if we love our neighbors as we do ourselves, we have mercy on them when they are suffering as we would on ourselves. That's all.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
finished.
Wait, I
Okay.
have a question.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
How would you define mercy? Or I mean, not mercy, but charity. Like in this day and age, you know, how would you interpret
Charity.
that?
Charity, in my understanding, charity. Charity is like when we have mercy. Yeah, we want to do good deeds. It's charity. Yeah, it's like state of mind.
So, like, would donating to like a church be considered charity, or is that a different thing?
That's that's also charity. Is it charity like all based on philanthropy and altruism? So donating to a church would, I guess, be considered charity.
But you should have mind to understand is that charity or not, because if you will do charity to evil person who is like a drug addict
That's not
or
charity. That's corruption.
or any drunkard like this, he will take your money and he will buy a lot of drugs and
And
he will
vodka.
do bad things with your money. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
maybe it's not charity. Yeah, because he was like a bomb on the street, and you give
So
him a lot of money.
so
It
what
will
what
not
can
be
I do to
charity.
like what can I do like at this time, right? To show like charity to be more charitable. Like, how would I do that?
I suppose you could donate money for a greater cause, or well,
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like
you could do pretty
why
much
why is
anything
it
that's
focused on
beneficial to
money?
someone in need. It doesn't necessarily have to be money
Okay.
oriented.
I I think we
Suppose
should
you
know the
could
truth.
also suppose you could also like
Because when
help
it
the
comes to
Ukrainians.
charity, it becomes very cloudy. Like a lot of churches, they love to advertise, oh yeah, donate to the church. Keep donating. Like it's a business, you know? And
No,
it's
you
like,
don't know. No. Not all churches they take money for themselves.
I mean, it happens like in America. There,
No,
it's very
no.
common. Same in Africa
You
too.
have you ever seen this? Your eyes that they take and spend for their, for example, shopping and
Don't
etc.
tell me you haven't seen a single priest who's corrupted, because I have seen some.
There's a lot of corruption in the church system that,
No, if you see
Exactly,
one
exactly.
time, it's not all people do in all churches.
I mean, yeah, it's
yeah,
not
I know,
all of
I
them,
understand.
but that doesn't justify the rest.
You can don't give and that's all. Nobody you must, for example, give to charity. Nobody said to you.
It's good practice to do charity, though.
I think we should know God's will to do charity, because if we don't know God's will, we cannot do charity rightly and correctly. We should know the truth. If you don't know the truth, you cannot do charity because you don't understand what does it mean. What does charity mean? What it means? Because we should understand the meaning of charity. Charity doesn't mean to do good deeds to all people. Yeah.
Well,
Who is needy? Who is
what does
needy?
charity mean then?
Swedenborg explains in his books what is charity. And he actually we read this book Charity. Do you see this book? It's Charity, and we finished this book. It's the whole book is about charity. How can we understand what is charity? Do you see this book? You can
Yeah,
read this
Can you
book.
I'll take a screenshot.
You can type in Google charity Emmanuel
Practice of.
Swedenborg book.
Is he a Russian
Because
author or an English author?
it's in English book.
Okay.
This it's modern English language.
Okay. Okay, I took a screenshot. And also, I'm from, I'm from Ethiopia, right? And if you go back a couple of pages, it talks about the Ethiopia and the river, like the river of Ethiopia or something like that. Like, what does he mean by that? Ethiopia is a country. So if you go like 2 pages back,
Swedenborg, can you open? I forgot. What's the Roten? Can you open 2 pages last page? About
This book, yeah.
Ethiopia.
Sweden.
Yeah, about
this
this
book,
book,
yeah.
about Ethiopia.
There, Ethiopia stands for those. Yeah. Go back.
I don't see where is it.
One more. Go back.
Here.
One more
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zephaniah, from the ford of the rivers of
What?
Ethiopia, those who adore me will bring my offering. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Who adore.
So,
Adore.
like, is he referring to the nation of Ethiopia, or
Ethiopia?
metaphor?
No, Bible. In it's Swedenborg writes about spiritual meaning of the Bible, and it's when we read in the Bible about anything, we should think about spiritual things. It's we should think about what is above in heaven, like this. And Ethiopia, it's like figure of speech to understand. We should understand the meaning of Ethiopia in this sense. You see, he writes. If you read this verse, it says, "From the fort of the rivers of Ethiopia, those who adore me will bring my offering." Actually, it's about offering, yeah, and those who adore me. Because Bible is a spiritual book, and we should understand Bible in spiritual sense. Do you see, adore is like love, worship. He says, those who adore me. But if you read about rivers of Ethiopia, rivers, do you see, it's not about rivers, because rivers have spiritual meaning too. You should understand the meaning of rivers, because what is rivers in heaven like this? It's about, do you see, it's about charity, love, justice like this.
The rivers remind me of change. There is the saying, "Panta rei, everything flows," which could be associated with a river. There's also the saying that you can never enter the same river twice. But that's kind of besides the point.
Yeah,
I
because
thought it
Ethiopia
meant
is
like no, Ethiopia has been mentioned many times, and as a country itself, one of King Solomon's bride was an Ethiopian queen. So I'm not sure if it's like referring to like the culture in Ethiopia and the Ethiopian nation as like
no.
an example.
I think it's about hot, because Ethiopia is a very hot country. Yeah, it's. I mean, people people
Moderate.
need to have water there. Yeah, because it's about rivers, and But
The Nile.
Ethiopians have a lot of sun. Yeah, because
Ethiopia
No.
have access to sea or to the river.
Ethiopia is not a desert country. But when it talks about, I feel like when it talks about the river, the Nile River, the Blue Nile, starts in Ethiopia, which turns into the Nile River, along with the Red Nile. So when it's talking about river in Ethiopia, I'm like connecting the dots, and because the Nile River starts from Ethiopia and goes down to Egypt.
And he
It's
writes,
not
"This
a
Ethiopia."
desert country. Yeah.
He writes, Ethiopia stands for those who possess heavenly attributes, love, charity, and deeds inspired by charity. Because it's about sun, because we Ethiopians live on the hot sun like this. Yeah, because it's
They
very hot
don't.
there. No?
It's not hot. No. It's not hot in Ethiopia. I'm from Ethiopia. I lived there for 10 years. I mean, some parts are hot, but it's relatively um, green country. Like there's a lot of vegetation.
Okay.
Yeah, the good soil flows from Ethiopia actually down to Egypt. Like the silt in the soil, it comes from all the way from Ethiopia and then provides what do you call it? Flirt.
I hear.
Yeah.
I heard Ethiopia.
Fertilization. Yeah, fertilization.
Ethiopia buy wheat from Ukraine, for example. Yeah, because you cannot grow up wheat there because of bad soil. Yeah, like
No, we have the
no.
soil. No, there's good soil. It's just there's not a good infrastructure to grow their own wheat, you know? So they rely on import. But they're changing that now. So yeah, the soil is good. Everything is good. It's just if you don't have the proper investments, that's what happens.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can look this up on. Yeah, it's a very green country.
Okay. Yeah, it means that you have love, charity, and good deeds there, inspired by charity. In my understanding, okay, maybe. Okay. Who wants to read next? Maybe. Where you finished?
Yeah, I finished.
351.
Next page. Next page.
Next.
Yeah, there.
This.
Yeah. This. No. Yeah, this. Yeah, the symbolism. Yeah.
Okay. Go. Who wants to read? Maybe from this, and we can understand better the meaning of charity and
I can
mercy.
read if you don't want. If you want, you can read who from Ethiopia.
Oh.
We'll listen to you.
Okay, wait.
Go
on. The symbolism of the firstborn of the folk as holiness, which is exclusively the Lord's, can be seen from the place of the firstborn in the representative church. They were all holy because they preferred the Lord.
Prefigured.
Yeah, prefigured. Yeah.
Prefigured.
What does that mean?
Prefigured.
It's like foretold, maybe like what maybe we can see in dictionary. In English explanation, prefigured.
Like imagine you something like.
To show, suggest, or announce by an ancient type. Okay.
To picture or image beforehand.
Okay.
Beforehand
is like
head. Prefigured.
Who is the only firstborn? Love and love-based faith is the firstborn. All love is the Lord's, and no particle of love is ours, which is why the Lord is the only firstborn. In the early churches, this fact was represented by the consecration of the firstborn and of the firstborn animals to Jehovah. Exodus 13:2, 12:15. It was also represented by the fact that the tribe of Levi was taken in place of all the firstborn and became the presently priestly order. Priestly order. Numbers 3:40 through 46, 8:14 through 20. Even though Levi, who on an inner level symbolizes love, was born after Reuben. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Reuben and Simeon.
And Simon. Simon.
Maybe Simeon.
Who on an inner level. Okay, sorry. Who on an inner level symbolizes faith. The following words in David say that.
It's like a troll here. Hey, why are you screaming here?
Meow meow.
Mama! Mama! Mama!
Is it you?
Gorilla. It's a gorilla.
Oh, il va fermer sa gueule, lui, ou quoi?
This guy is very noisy.
So disgusting.
Noisy guy. It's a big troll.
Você quer dar essa bunda por acaso? É o viado.
We are reading the book, and if you want to read too, you can read in your turn.
He left.
Next. Okay.
Right.
Go
That's my
on.
speech. The following
next
word
page.
in David says that the Lord, and respect to his human nature was the firstborn of all. The name he will give me is You are my Father, my God, and the rock on my salvation. The rock of my salvation. Indeed, I will make him the firstborn, high above the monarchs of the earth. Psalms 89:26 to 27. And in John, Jesus Christ, the firstborn of the dead and chief of the earth's monarchs. Revelations 1:5. Take note that the firstborn animals used in worship symbolize the Lord, while the firstborn things of the church symbolize faith. Let me address the symbolism of the fat. What?
Fat.
Oh, you go back? Of the fat as.
Do you know what is fat? Fat?
Yeah, I know what fat is, yeah.
Symbolism of
the fat.
Yeah,
Like,
because...
in what context of fat?
He will explain it later. Let me address the symbolism of the fat.
Symbolism of the fat as... Okay. The actual quality
of heaven.
The actual quality of heaven, which also belongs to the Lord. Heaven's quality is made up of everything that belongs to love. Faith too is heavenly when it comes from love. Charity is a heavenly thing. All the good inspired by charity is heavenly. Those things are all represented by the fat. The fat. It means the fact. I mean, maybe it's a typo.
Fat.
It's the sacrifice. I get it now. So the fat of because when they sacrifice, the animal needs to be like at a certain weight or some shit. Okay. Of the fat of the sacrifices. Okay, I get it. Each separate aspect being represented by the fat over the liver. Okay, I see. Called the omentum. Omentum. Okay.
Omentum, it's like
kidneys.
Liver. Yeah, liver. Yeah.
Omentum.
It's like it's about fat too. It's like inner organ. Omentum.
Yeah, the fat over the kidneys. The fat.
Sheathing.
Sheathing.
Yeah, it's like inner fat because inner fat of like inner organs.
Okay. Coating the kidneys, right? Coating the kidneys. The intestines and the fat over the intestines. These fat, despite
deposits.
Oh, deposits. Sorry. These fat deposits. I know what that means. Okay.
Deposits.
Deposits like deposition, like storage, stock, like this. Deposits.
Were holy and were burned on the altar. Okay. Do I have to? Okay, I can just skip the.
Numbers don't matter. Numbers don't matter.
Okay. So they are called the bread of the fire offering for Jehovah's repose. Leviticus. Okay. and his and this is why the Jewish people were forbidden to eat any of the fat from the animals. These rules were called an eternal statute
Statute.
throughout statute
It's like
throughout
it's
their
like law.
generations.
It's like regulation, code of laws,
Okay,
Statute.
statute
statutes.
throughout the generations. It was forbidden, yeah. Jewish. It was
Mm-hmm.
forbidden for Jewish people to eat
Mm-hmm.
any of the fat from the animals. It's interesting. I didn't know it. Hmm.
They still practice that, I believe. The statute was given because that church was such that it would not acknowledge anything internal, much less anything heavenly. The symbolism of the fat as the heavenly as aspects of charity and the goodness that it inspires can be seen in the prophets, as in Isaiah. Why do you weigh our silver for what is not bread, and your labor for what does not satisfy? Pay wholehearted attention to me and eat what is good, so that your soul may in the fat, revel in the fat.
That your soul may revel in the fat. What does it mean, revel?
Revel.
Revel. It's like
Just
relish. It's like feast, joy, like feast. Like soul may revel in the fat.
okay. I will fill the soul of the priests with fat, and my people will receive fully of my goodness. Jeremiah 31:14.
Yeah. Do you see in the Bible, fat doesn't mean physical fat. Yeah, because it's about soul. Because we should understand Bible in spiritual sense. And he writes, "I will fill the soul of the priests with fat." Do you see? Because soul is not physical thing. Yeah, it's about mind like this. It's about understanding. And fat
So
is. Mhm.
so makes it like important, right? Because in a sacrificing, like when you sacrifice animals, you have to sacrifice the fat animals, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, so basically covering them in fat is trying to make them worthy of being a servant of God,
Yeah.
because
Fat
servants of
has
God, yeah.
fat has spiritual meaning. Like it's about joy. It's about feast. It's about celebration. Yeah, it's about happiness. Like this, in my understanding. Yeah, because
I see.
my people will receive fully of my goodness. It's about fat in this sense. That's how we can
Okay.
interpret. Hmm.
It is obvious that this does not mean fat, but a heavenly and spiritual kind of goodness in David. They are filled with the fat of your house, and you slake their
What is it?
thirst with slake.
It's like
Slake.
it's like satisfy.
Yes.
Satisfy, and you satisfy. Like it's like.
Their thirst with a river of your pleasures, because your because yours is the wellspring of life in your light. We see light. It's hard to read
In
because they cut off the words, and I'm like, yeah, wellspring. Okay, it's wellspring.
Wellspring.
Wellspring is about spring of water.
I see.
Wellspring. And well too.
Spring of life. The fat and the wellspring of life stands for the heavenly qualities that belongs to love. The river of pleasures and the light stands for the spiritual quality that belongs to a faith uh, rising out of love in the same author. My soul will be filled with great grease and fat, and my mouth will give praise with lips of song. Psalms 63.
Yeah, do you see? Because he tries to explain us that if you want to interpret Bible and another holy books as Quran, for example, we should understand spiritual meaning of things we read. And for example, in this sense, when we read, we should translate it from context. And context in this passage is not about fat, because it's about soul. Soul, he writes, my soul will be filled with fat. But what is grease? Grease. Let's see it.
It's like
Yeah,
oilies.
Grease.
it's like fat too. Fat too, like oil.
Yeah, it
Grease.
comes from fat. Yeah.
Grease.
Greece. And do you see, in this sense, because when we read the first, when we read holy books like Bible, the first we think about literal meaning of words, and it means we are like children. We understand, because children understand all things only by literally.
Literal.
But yeah, because but when we are wise people, we can understand figurative language, because Bible and Quran, for example, use figurative language. And only wise people can understand and use figurative language. And in this passage, for example, when we read, we can see that it's not about physical fat and like material fat, but it's about soul. Because it's about Greece, and because it says, and my mouth will give praise with lips of song. It's about happiness, because it's about singing. It's about it's about joy and gladness, like this. It's about praise.
Here the fat again stands for a heavenly quality, lips of songs for a spiritual one. Clearly something heavenly is meant, since the soul will be filled with it. Themselves, first fruit themselves, the firstborn produce of the earth are therefore called fat. Numbers 18:12. Because heavenly things come in uncountable number of major categories and an even more uncountable number of specific types. The song Moses we cited before the people depicts them generally. Butter from the cow and the milk of the flock, together with the fat of lambs and of rams, the songs of Bashan, and of goats, together with the fat of the kidneys of wheat, and the blood of the grape you will drink as unmixed wine. Deuteronomy 32:14. No one could ever see what these things mean except in the light of their inner meaning. Without the inner meaning, no one could see what butter from the cow is, or the milk of the flock, the fat of the lambs and the fat of the rams, and of goats. The sons of Bashan, the fat of the kidneys of wheat, or the blood of the grape. Without an inner meaning, they would be words and nothing more. When in reality, as a whole and individually, they symbolize general and specific kinds of heavenly qualities. The meaning of Jehovah looked on Abel and on his offering as the fact that everything connected with charity and all worship springing from charity were pleasing to the Lord has been explained previously. Both what Abel and what an offering symbolized were covered. Genesis 4:5. But Cain and his
I had it's the next verse, and maybe someone wants to read next.
Okay, yeah, someone can.
Thank you for reading. And if nobody wants to read, you can continue. Mm-hmm.
I've seen Genesis, right?
Yeah, Genesis 4:5. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Genesis 4:5. But Cain and his offering he ignored. And anger kindled strongly in Cain, and his face fell. Cain, as I said, symbolizes faith detached from love, or at least the kind of doctrinal view that allows faith to be detached. His, his offering and the fact that Jehovah ignored it has the same symbolism as before. His worship was not acceptable. The anger kindled in Cain and the falling of his face symbolize a change on the deeper levels. The anger means that charity took its lead, and his face symbolizes the deeper levels, which, when they change, are said to fall. 356. I have already shown.
How did you say this word? Kindled. It's kindled, I think. Mm-hmm. Kindled.
Kindled.
Like, it's like it's about fire, like this.
Kindled.
Kindled.
Okay.
Kindled.
Mm-hmm. Kindled. Like anger kindled. I have already shown.
That Cain symbolizes faith detached from love, or at least the kind of doctrinal view that allows faith to be detached, and that the offering which Jehovah ignored means that Cain's worship was not acceptable. 357. The symbolism of the anger kindled in Cain as the departure of charity is evident from the sequel, that he killed his brother Abel, who symbolized.
It's anger. You said anger. I think it's anger.
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 Anger. Mm-hmm.
Anger.
Anger. You can see transcription. Anger. Mm-hmm. Who symbolizes charity. Mm-hmm.
Anger is a generalized emotion or reaction to everything that stands in the way of self-love and the desires that go along with it. This can be clearly perceived in the realm of evil spirits, where anger directed at the Lord is pervasive, because the inhabitants have no charity, only hatred. Whatever does not favor self-love and materialism arouses opposition, which displays itself in anger.
Pervasive.
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 Mm-hmm. Pervasive. It's like comprehensive, widespread, pervasive, like spreading, penetrating. Next page.
The word many times attributes anger, wrath, and even fury to Jehovah. But these emotions are ours and are blamed on Jehovah merely because they seem to be his for the reason just mentioned. So David says, he sent against them for anger of his nostril, and wrath, and fury, and anguish, and a delegation of evil angels.
He leveled.
He leveled.
Leveled, it's about level, yeah? Leveled. Leveled.
out a path anger. He did not withhold their soul from death. Psalm 78, 49, 50. It is not that Jehovah ever sent anger against anyone, but that people bring it into themselves. Neither is it he that sends, neither is it he that sends evil and angels, as it says, but we that invite them to come. Consequently, it adds that he levels out the path of anger and does not withhold their soul from death. Isaiah accordingly says, they will come to Jehovah, and all who blaze up against him will be shamed. Isaiah 45:24. This shows that anger symbolizes evil, or what is the same thing, a departure from charity. 358. The meaning of his face fell as a change at the deeper levels can be established by the symbolism of the face and of falling. Among the ancients, the face symbolized the inner depths, because those depths shine out through the face. People's nature in earliest times was such that face was in complete harmony with what was inside, so that everyone could see in another's face what that other's temperament or mind was like. They considered hearing nose to show one thing in the face while thinking another. In those days, pretense and fraud were abhorrent. As a result, the face symbolized inner things. When charity shone out of the when charity shone out from the face was said to be lifted. But when the opposite was true, the face was said to fall. This is also why the Lord is said to lift his face over us, as in the blessing from Numbers 6:26 and Psalms 4:6, meaning that the Lord
Mm-hmm. Heinous. Heinous.
he
What is it?
Heinous.
Heinous. It's
Amen.
like disgusting. Heinous. And okay, abhorrent. Abhorrence like fraud were abhorrent like forbidden. I think. What does it mean? Abhorrent. Abhorrent.
Abhorrent.
Abhorrent. Mm-hmm. It's like hateful. Mm-hmm. Next.
has the capacity to love others. While the falling of the face is can be seen in Jeremiah. I will not make my face fall toward you, because I'm merciful, says Jehovah. Jeremiah 3:12. Jehovah's face is mercy. When he lifts his face on anyone, the meaning is that in his mercy he gives that person the gift of charity. The opposite occurs when he makes his face fall, that is, when a person's own face falls.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. In this chapter, we can understand, in my opinion, we can understand the spiritual meaning of faith. Yeah, because what what faith means. Yeah, in the seconds, it's like face fall and face lifted up like this. If any person did bad things, yeah, his face.
Hello, baby. Hello,
Mm-hmm. Okay, who wants to continue? Maybe who wants to read next verse? Genesis 4:6.
I read
Yeah, go ahead.
Genesis 4:6. And Jehovah said to Cain, "Why has anger kindled in you, and why has your
Kindle.
face fallen?"
Kindled.
Kindled. Kindled.
It's about
Kindled
fire.
in. Okay. Kindled in you, and why has your face fallen? Jehovah said to Cain means that conscience spoke. The kindled anger and the fallen face mean, as stated just above, that charity withdraw and the inner depths change. There is no need to prove that Jehovah said to Cain means that conscience spoke. A similar praise has already been explained. Shall I continue? Genesis 4:7.
Yeah, yeah, because it was so short. And can you read this next?
No,
Genesis
okay.
4:7.
If you do well, will it not raise you up? And if you do not do well, sin lies at your door. And Abel longs for you, but you rule him. If you do well, will it not raise you up? Means if you wish well, charity resides in you. If you do not do well, sin lies at your door. Means if you do not wish well, there is no charity but only evil. He longs for you, but you rule him. Means that charity wants to reside in you but cannot because you want to rule over it. This verse presents a picture of the teaching concerning faith that are called Cain, which, because they divided faith from love, also divided faith from charity, the offspring of love. Wherever a church exists, heresies, heresies crop up, because when we think about a single article of faith, we make it the cheap one. It is a characteristic of human thought that when we turn our attention to one consideration, we make it more important important than another, especially if our fantasies claim it as our own personal discovery. When love for ourselves and for worldly advantages inflates our pride, no circumstance fails to add its consent and support, until we are almost ready to swear that it is true, even if it is false. So those referred to as Cain made faith more essential than love. And since they lived without love, they were helped along in their cause by both self-love and the the fa- the fantasies and the fantasies that accompany it. The nature of the doctrine of faith that was called Cain can be found in these verses. Description of him. The latter
Later.
late okay. The later parts of the verse.
Later with
Yeah,
two
yeah, yeah.
T.
I remember double T. Yeah. The later parts of the verse indicate that charity could have been joined onto faith, but only in such a way that charity would rule, no faith. So it says, first, if you do not well, it will raise you up, meaning if you wish well, charity can be present. In the inner sense, doing well means willing well, because good deeds flow from goodwill. Action will form a single entity in ancient times, and the action allowed people to see the will, because pretense was wholly absent. totally upset. What was said earlier about the face shows that a raising or lifting symbolizes the presence of charity, since to lift one's face is to display charity, and the falling of one's face is the opposite. The second praise was, if you do not do well, sin lies at your door, meaning if you do not wish well, there is no charity, but only evil. Anyone can see that when sin lies at the door, it is an evil near at hand and eager to get in. When charity is missing, after all, ruthlessness and hatred, and therefore every kind of evil are present.
Ruthlessness. What is it?
Ruthlessness.
Ruthlessness is like cruelty. Ruthlessness. It's like heartlessness. Cruel. It's a very bad quality of a person. Evil present.
The general the general term sin is taken to mean the evil, and the evil or rather the devil's crew is nearby when we lack charity. The only thing that chases them from the door is love for the Lord and for our neighbor. The third thing it says is he longs for you, but you rule him, meaning that charity wants to coexist with faith but cannot because faith wants to rule.
Mm-hmm. Chases. The only thing that chases.
Chases.
It's like pursue.
Right.
Hunt. Chases.
Chases.
hmm
Drive away.
And yeah, and devil's crew. Crew. What is it? Crew.
Crew.
Team.
Crew. It's like team. Devil's team. Devil's crew. Faith wants to rule.
Over it, which goes against proper order. As long as faith wants to be in charge, it is not faith. But when charity is in charge, faith is faith. This is because the main concern of faith is charity, as shown before. Charity can be compared to a flame, which is essential for heat and light. Since they come from it, faith, when separated, can be compared to light, which without the warmth of the flame is still light, but a wintry.
Wintry. It's a noun. Wintry.
Wintry.
It's like it's about winter. hmm Frosty. It's about snowy. It's about winter. Wintry. Light. Yeah, like light in winter. It's like cold light.
Okay, wintry light, and there is nothing that does not languish and die in winter's light. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Languish. What is it? Languish.
Languish.
Languish. It's like weaken. Weaken. Yearn. Torment. Languish. Maybe someone wants to read next verse, Genesis 4:8.
Okay, me.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
and Cain said to Abel his brother, and it happened when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and killed him. Cain said to Abel means a length of time. Cain, as I said, symbolizes faith separated from love. Abel symbolizes charity, the brother of faith, which is why he is called brother twice here. The field symbolizes every point of doctrine. Uh, Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and killed him, means that a detached face extinguished charity. These things do not need to be provided by similar passages from the
Proved.
word.
I think it's proved.
Ah, not provide.
Proved.
Да, proved.
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 Like proven. But
Proved by.
actually, they see
Mhm.
it's like provable, like this.
Provable.
Provable, proved. Okay.
It's обстоятельства, yeah. By similar passages from the word beyond the identification of charity as a bosom of faith and the symbolism of a field as every point of doctrine. From the nature or essential character of faith, anyone can see the charity is a brother of faith. The brother, the brotherhood of this was also represented by Esau and Jacob, another relationship that gave rise to controversy over the birthright and the dominance it entailed. The same brotherhood
What is
was
entailed?
entailed.
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 It's like
It
it's the root. It's like
somebody.
tail. Yeah, tail. Do you see? Tail is like cat's tail. Tail, like tail of cat. It's like because it follows after cat, and in this
Uh-huh.
sense, it's like cause. Cause imply require like this.
Entailed.
Entailed. Okay.
Entailed. The same brotherhood was represented by Perez and Zerah, Tamar's sons by Judah, a story that also them dealt with birthrights, and it was represented by Ephraim and Manasseh. Likewise, Manasseh.
Manasseh. Yeah.
Likewise, a tale about birthrights and the implied dominance. The same thing was represented by others too. Both faith and charity, after all, are the church's spring. Faith is called a man, as Cain was in the first verse of this chapter, and charity a brother, as in is Isaiah, Jeremiah, and elsewhere.
Jeremiah.
The Jeremiah, the union of
Sorry.
faith and charity.
And what is tail?
Fairy
Tail.
tale.
Tail. Yeah, it's like story. Children's story. Fable. Epic. Birthrights. It's like who is first? Yeah.
Birthrights.
No. Birthrights is like it's like yeah. This word says about itself.
Birthrights.
Birthright. The union of faith and charity.
It's called Brothers Passion, Passion Amos.
Pact. Brothers pact.
Pact in Amos.
Pact is like contract, covenant,
Pact.
agreement.
Something like the relationship symbolized by Cain and Abel was represented by Jacob and Esau. As I said, in that Jacob wanted to supplant is Esau. This can be seen in Hosea too. To bring on Jacob the consequences of his ways, according to his deeds, will repay him in them.
Mm-hmm.
Womp, he supplanted his brother. But Esau, or the charity that Esau represented, was still dominant, as can be seen in the enigmatic prediction of his father, Isaac. By your sword you will live, and your brother you will serve, and it will happen when you.
Mm-hmm. This word is like sword without V.
Sword?
Sword.
Do you see transcription? Sword.
Sword.
Sword. Sword.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Whom he supplanted, his brother supplanted.
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 Supplanted, like
Taken
displace.
off, taken from this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
He was first. I mean,
There are a lot
Jacob.
of in this
Yeah.
book. A lot of things about womb, about birth, is about was born. A lot of these things saying in this
Yeah. Yeah, because it's.
birthday when you, for example, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
when you
So.
how to say
Mm-hmm.
when you come to this world and see the light. About this, maybe I don't know. No, I
Yeah.
don't
Mm-hmm.
know. 1 minute.
Enigmatic, like enigma. Yeah,
Enigmatic.
enigmatic.
Come
Enigma
out
and
into the
mysterious,
light and birth. Yeah.
and prediction. What is prediction?
Prediction.
This
Prediction. It's
is
like forecast, prophecy, forecasting.
prediction. I don't believe
Yep.
for prediction.
Because
I
future does not exist. Yeah, because why don't you believe in it?
I don't believe for Nostradamus and how this fortune tellers and another charlatans.
Mhm.
You believe?
But Jesus was a prophet, for example,
No,
and
yeah,
Muhammad was a
no,
prophet.
I believe for they, yeah, I believe, but I don't believe for this for people.
Ah,
Liar.
okay.
Mm.
Because future, we can say mm, future does not exist, yeah, because only present moment exists, but past is past is passed away, but in future does not exist. Only present moment exists, yeah. Not because you
For
believe
example,
in only present moment, yeah.
no, for example, in your life, for example, some saying from famous people who saying prediction is came true. No, nobody's
Mm.
prediction is not came true. So they are lying people. Maybe it's like how this saying. If you know this word, coincidence.
Coincidence? No, I don't know. Coincidence.
Lab, for example.
What? What?
Overlap.
Mm, no, I don't understand. You should explain what does it mean. Maybe.
Uh, I don't can explain. Who can explain the word coincidence? No, wait.
Coincidence. 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 No, I don't know.
Okay, you translate after this reading book. Okay, go on.
Next page. Go on.
Gain.
And it will happen when you gain the.
Gain
The
the dominance that you will force his yoke of your neck. Yoke of your neck.
Yoke is
Yoke.
like slavery. Yoke.
Yoke.
It's about slavery, burden of your neck. It's like neck is like not neck here. It's figurative language too, because it's like yoke and it's not physical yoke. Yeah, it's figurative. Figures of speech and neck.
In the other words, Esau represented a church among non-Jews or a new church, while Jacob represented the Jewish church. This is why it says so many times that they should acknowledge non-Jewish nations, that they are brothers and sisters. In the church of the non-Jews or the early church, they called each other
Christian.
sister or brother.
I mean, why don't you read Christian church? Because you should read it because non-Jews or the early Christian church, they see Christian this word, but you missed it.
Yeah, but it's
Actually, why don't you read it?
I don't know.
Non-Jews or the early Christian
I think
church. It's matters.
Okay. Christian church. They all called each other sister or brother. Not only in Christian church. It's also it's on Moscow saying like this. So there is why I said church without
Actually,
Christian.
we read this book, and if it writes early Christian church, maybe we should read it. Yeah, because we just read this book.
Okay, Christian church. They all called each other sister or brother because of the charity among them. Sisters and brothers was also used by the Lord of those who hear the word and act on it. The hearers are those who have faith, the doers are those who have charity. However, those who hear or say they have faith and do not act on it have no charity, are not sisters and brothers and them.
I think church, in this sense, we should understand the meaning of church because church is like worship, because like where people worship God, it's like church. Yeah,
It's
in this
just
sense.
holy house, I think.
Church is a community. I mean, it's not a physical building. It's people, because everything is alive in Bible, in spiritual sense, because Bible says about living things, because it's about God and God's kingdom is people. Every country, because every country like kingdom is not a land. Yeah, for example, if you take a constitution of any country, it's not a land, but it's people, it's nation, and church is nation too, like people, like society, like communion, in this sense, in my understanding. But when it says Christian church, I think it's about church who who does Christ's commands like this. does church which does commands of Christ like this, in this sense, in my understanding. Maybe he means it. I'm not sure.
Command?
I'm not sister. What commands? Like commands, like commander, because it's about Christian doctrine. Because Jesus is a prophet of God, yeah, and we call
Yeah.
him God and the Word of God because it's about commands like commander, because we obey his words, and I think it's people in early church did God's words too, like this. They did God's commands because they had charity. It's about charity and mercy, in the sense, in my understanding. That because they were sisters and brothers, like this, maybe. He tries to explain us. Do you see? Because sisters, he writes here, sisters and brothers was also used by the Lord of those who hear the word and act on it. You see, who hear the word, like the word of God, like God's commands, and act on it, like to do God's commands. Because God, well, for example, when God says us, you must do charity to that man or woman or girl, for example, yeah, and this is God's command for you, and you should do it. And you should do it because it's your personal command, like this, and it's about charity. Okay, next.
A lot compares them to fools. The symbolism of field is doctrine, and therefore is every point of doctrine that deals with faith or charity is clear from the word. In Jeremiah, mountain of mine in the field, your resources, all your treasures, I will return into plunder.
I think this word like doctrine, not you said doctrine, maybe doctrine.
Doctrine.
Let's see.
Doctrine.
Doctrine.
I guess it's
Doctrine.
doctrine.
Doctrine. Like
Doc-
teaching.
The field stands for doctrine as doctrine. Yeah.
Doctrine. Doctrine.
Doctrine. While resources and treasures stand for the spiritual riches of faith, that is, for teachings of faith, doctrine, in the same author. Will the snow of Lebanon desert, the rock of my field? Demia and Messiah
It's a desert.
desert. Yeah,
Desert.
desert.
Desert. Because snow of Lebanon desert, like snow in the desert. Next.
Predict that Zion will be plowed like a field when the doctrine concerning faith disappears in Ezekiel. He took some of the seed of the land and put it in a field suitable for snowing. This speaks of the
Sowing.
child. Not snowing, sowing.
Sowing is like to put seed into
Sowing.
soil.
Into the
Sowing.
into the
Sowing.
Seeding. Planting.
Yeah. This speaks of the church and its faith. Doctrine is being called a field on account of the seed in the same author. And let all the trees of the field know that I, Jehovah, will bring down the tall tree in Joel. The field was devastated, the ground mourned. Because the grain was devastated, the new wine dried up. the oil weakened. The farmers were put to shame. The harvest of the field was destroyed. All the trees of the field withered. A field here stands for doctrine, trees for knowledge, and farmers for worshippers. In David, the field and all that is in it will rejoice.
Yeah, do you see?
Then
It is interesting because it's figurative language too. Because the field and all that is in it will rejoice. Yeah, because field is like because when we read about field, you think it's field,
Field.
like field, like soil, ground. But how can field rejoice? Rejoice, yeah. It says the field and all that is in it will rejoice. It's about joys. It's because material field cannot rejoice, yeah, because it is just ground, like a piece of ground. But actually, everything is alive in spiritual sense.
So why we
In the
rejoice?
Bible,
I don't understand. Why we rejoice?
rejoice.
What is
Do you know this word
get to
rejoice?
us? Yeah, I understand. What bring to us rejoice? The field
I think
is it just the field?
mercy, charity, mercy. If you will have mercy and charity and justice in our community, for example, in our society where we live, we we rejoice because it's a good life, yeah, to have justice, charity. Actually, it's about how can you make. But who is noise in there? It's like big noise here. Yeah, and we can understand it, and we have it. It means we have joy and gladness among us. Yeah, would you agree? Because it's about good community. Because in my understanding, God wants to build an ideal just community, like just society on earth. It's like God's kingdom, and Jesus proclaiming God's kingdom, and it's like an ideal just society, like perfect society in this sense, and where we have justice and charity and mercy, and we know the truth, and we will rejoice in that society. Yeah, am I right?
Yeah, but they how this to say? They described the how to say? They describe not our life, this life. It's this book described what will be in heaven. Yeah, it's about this. It's spiritual life.
Heaven is the state of mind. I mean, heaven is inside. It's not outside. It's not physical thing. It is because
Yeah,
Jesus said the kingdom of heaven cannot be observed. It is within you. You see, it's within your mind, within your heart, in the sense. It's spiritual kingdom. It's like it's about justice and charity. Yeah, because we can build God's kingdom on earth if we understand how it works. Because heaven is about that ideal just society angels have. Because when we say about angels, we think about perfect creatures, perfect beings. Because we know that God's kingdom is in heaven, and it means that if God is perfect, yeah, and his kingdom is perfect and just, and if we understand how it works, we can build God's kingdom here on earth, like an ideal just society, in my understanding. That because
in this life,
mhm.
no, no, we
No,
can't. Mm-mm.
why not? Is it possible for God to build an ideal just society on earth. Because maybe, do you know Lord's Prayer? Lord's Prayer, because every Christian, for example, knows this Lord's Prayer, and Jesus said to us to pray, commanded us to pray about God's kingdom, about coming God's kingdom to earth. He said, you
No,
should pray
maybe
about it.
no, maybe we can build, yeah, but somebody, or I don't know, somebody spoils this, I think. Spoil, and that's all. All is crashed. In this life, no, I think no.
Yeah, because people are not perfect, but we can be perfect if we understand what what we want. If we want it, if we want it,
Mhm.
what what can we do for it? But if you want it, why don't we do it? Yeah, if you want
Mhm.
it have, if you want it to have among us like an
Mhm.
ideal perfect just society, why don't we do uh, anything for having it, for building
Mm,
it?
we don't have all possibilities. If we have possibilities, maybe.
But would you agree that any country is more just than another country? For example, take a look at Switzerland. They they live in communities, like communes. There are a lot of communes, and they have like society, and they decide. People of Switzerland
Mhm.
decide what should we do for building their country and like a better place, and they do
Ah,
it
yeah,
in
they are
common.
doing that really. They try to do, but it's not 100% perfect place.
But it's more perfect than maybe North Korea, for example, like this. Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
and
Uh,
why it is more perfect?
No,
um,
but the question is, right?
Hmm.
What is our actual purpose? Yeah, you're talking about creating um, a perfect community, right? Of uh, like, because like perfection, right? I don't think God wants everyone to be perfect because we are not perfect by nature, right? We are born sinners, and we indulge in sin, and we are not naturally uh, designed to be perfect. So in a way, it's more so striving for perfection, but we can never achieve perfection.
Uh,
So
mm,
we can't just say we will create a perfect society or a perfect community, because that's impossible. But we can strive to, not for perfection, right? I mean, yeah, we can strive for perfection. There's nothing wrong with that. But we also need to be aware that there is no uh, perfect society in the world we live in. And we also need to acknowledge that the world we live in is, in fact, a place of evil, and where Satan dwells. This world. Even God mentions it. In the Bible, this is even Jesus said, "I am not of this world." Right. So, but just from that, we can say that we are not meant to be the dwellers of this world. Like we aren't. We are a nation, like Christians, people who follow Christ. Those people aren't of this world, but of the world in heaven. So we shouldn't, you know, strive to create a perfect community when we know that this world doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the kingdom of, um, the kingdom of this world, which is not of God.
do you know Lord's Prayer, Our Father?
Uh huh.
Do you remember? Do you know this
Yes.
prayer? I mean, Yeah,
I don't
and
remember everything, but
remember,
yeah,
Jesus said we should pray by this prayer, and
we
Jesus
should pray,
said,
of course.
Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name,
Be their name.
your kingdom
Let
come.
come.
Do you see? He said, we should pray, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You see, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. What does it mean? How do you understand it? Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Well,
Do you see?
okay, that can have different meanings. Wait, that can have different meanings. We are not entire. Yeah, we can't. We're not entirely sure what the will of God truly is because that's up to Him, right? But we can infer like there's different like there's lots of things that Jesus wanted to do like let's say the things He was like foretold to do like um, uh, do miracles when Jesus came on earth. He did miracles, right? He basically completed all the different like the Old Testament was what's the word was fulfilled, right? The Old Testament was fulfilled. He fulfilled every promise He made in the Old Testament in the New Testament, right? So that is also His will being done, right? One aspect of His will, one part of His will being done has already been done. And so there's going to be another part, which I'm assuming that's inferring that part, His other will, which could be many things. We can't just say pinpoint and say, oh, that's to create a perfect society on earth. Is like, that's, you can't be entirely sure if that's really the true will of God that He wants to do on earth.
What is God's will and God's plan and the main goal of God? How do you understand the main goal, like the main purpose of God? What does God want? What does God dream about, in your understanding?
I can't really say exactly what God wants, but from the knowledge I acquired, I would say He wants people to acknowledge that He is the creator, and a creator needs a level of respect and worship, and that is the most important part, I believe, that God wants His creation to understand, which is, I am your creator. You should obey my instructions and live on my accord. That is one of the most important things, I believe, that,
Yeah, I think like that. Yeah. First, it's believing. It's the
believing,
main
yes,
thing.
acknowledging, yes. And it's
Yeah,
and the
you
thing
said
is okay, and another thing I want to add, when it comes to Christ and creator and creation, right? And God made it super clear that it's a personal relationship. Yeah, communities is after, but the most important thing is your connection between you and God. So are you truly um, um, sanctified, right? Are you, whenever, like back in the days in the Old Testament, whenever they tried to enter the Holy of Holy, right? Everyone had to like cleanse their body, right? Individually. It was not just like, oh, if a group of people cleanse their body, like, no, they had to individually wash their body, cut their hair, or whatever they had to do. And like maybe I think it's in Leviticus or something. Um, but it's super personal. A relationship with God is personal. That's the most important part. And if you don't develop that personal relationship, that personal connection, simply saying, yeah, I'm gonna um, add on to a community, it's not gonna work out. So the number one focus should be yourself, your heart, and your connection with God, I believe. Like,
and do you see
look
from
at the speck in your eye. Yeah, sorry, go on.
from this Lord's Prayer, we can see that Jesus meant that God's kingdom is more perfect kingdom than earthly kingdom, yeah? Because he said, your kingdom come to earth, yeah? We can understand it. If Jesus said, our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name, your kingdom come. And it means we should understand, we can understand that God's kingdom can come to earth, yeah? Because we pray, your kingdom come.
Bro, shut the fuck up, man.
Come, yeah? And it means, and if you say, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, it means from this saying that heavenly kingdom does God's will, yeah? Because it's perfect kingdom. Because we say, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. It means heaven's kingdom does God's will, but earthly kingdom does not do God's will. Does not do God's will. Yeah? And we should pray about God's will on earth as it is in heaven. You see, it's God's plan, it's God's goal and purpose.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Does God want it? I mean, if Jesus commanded us to pray about it, tell me please, does God want it? I mean, to have His will on earth as it is in heaven. Does God want it? Yes.
Okay.
From this prayer, we can conclude it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more okay. First of all, I don't really want to, uh, say God wants this, God wants that. In the Bible, it tells you that it's not open to interpretation. The Bible is not open to interpretation. In order to interpret the Bible, you have to use the Bible to interpret the Bible. So, since I'm not knowledgeable about, so I can't really tell you, oh, the according to this verse, the will of the Lord, or the goal is, or even dissecting that prayer, right? Like the Lord's prayer, let your will be done, as it is in heaven on earth, or or vice versa. So you have to take that and interpret it using the Bible instead of leaving it for open interpretation, because that's not allowed, right? So even my interpretation, the interpretation I gave, is completely opinion, and I don't stand by it. And unless I have an interpretation that can point back to the Bible and let the Bible interpret it itself.
It means you. What about you? Do you want to have an ideal perfect society, an ideal just society on earth as it is in heaven? What about you? Do you want to have around you an just ideal society? No.
No, I mean, no. I want no. Okay, no. I'm being realistic, but yes, of course, I believe anyone is open to it. We, as humans, even if if you believe in God or not, we all strive for justice, right? Like every what do you call it? Governing system, right? Strives to create a balance of justice and fairness and all that. So it's not really a question of like, oh, do you or do you not want a just society? It's like, yes, obviously we all strive to have a just society, but it's one of those things, like it's impossible, and it's even designed. The whole what do you call it? Story of like Satan being cast down from heaven and sent on earth, right? And earth is his domain. It's Satan's domain. It's the devil's domain, right? And so we could, even in the Revelation, right? It talks about like the last days, the coming of Christ and all that. It's like it really tells you who the king of this world is, and the coming of the kingdom of heaven could mean the return of Christ, right? Not necessarily bringing heavenly accords here on earth, right? But of course, yeah, we can strive. Like that's the thing is, yeah, we should strive, but we can't just simply say we could bring a heavenly heavenly justice here on earth, and make it possible, because this is like just like the way I think of hell, right? Is hell is like the absence of God, right? And if God is absent, there's nothing but torment and suffering. So, uh, in that sense, right? Of course, God is on earth, so the level of torment and suffering is uh, decreased, but you get the point. So this is a two different powers at play on earth. In heaven, it's only God's domain. On earth, it's two different domains in power. So, and we see the final outcome. The final outcome is the Satan's domain taking over, even to the point of forcing Christians, forcing people, Christ believers, to convert or to, about the, what do you call it? The 666, or I mean, like the devil. Um, how do I explain? Um, Forgot the term, but it's gonna come to a point where you're gonna have to make a choice, right? Either be a slave to earthly things, right? You have to pick. You can't just be lukewarm. You can't just dip in godliness or in heavenly spirit and then also go back to earthly living. It's more of like an option, right? So you pick the heavenly life or you pick the earthly life. And when you pick the heavenly life, it's gonna be a road, like even Jesus talks about it. Um, Not, I think it's in uh, book of Ecclesiastes or Proverbs. I'm not sure what the verse is, but the path is narrow. The narrow path, a Christ believer's path, is very narrow and isolated, right? Um, Meaning it's not like communities and this and that, like, oh, we're gonna strive and grow and stronger together. It's more of like individual, like solitude, living a solitude life. Even Jesus took solitude. Like he isolated himself for 40 days and 40 nights and fasted, right? That shows solitude. And even in that solitude, he was tempted by Satan. So it really, even looking at the life of Christ, it shows you that he didn't come to create a heavenly society. He came to show the heaven. He came to bring heaven, meaning when he said, I feel like when the interpretation, which is completely my opinion, and no one should, uh, take it to heart, but I feel like when Jesus came on earth, he brought the fruits of heaven, right? He brought all these parables, he brought the knowledge from heaven, and he gave it to the people, right? He gave the heavenly knowledge to the people. So in that way, he brought it. Even as we live on, God reveals things to us, right? As we go on our day, like go on about our day. So it's like it's also another meaning of like getting fruits from heaven, as like knowledge from God is bringing his kingdom, even on an individual level, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I got you. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's read maybe. Who was reading? Can you continue?
Where I'm stopped. Then
How long? Yeah, from this, yeah, next page. How long will the land mourn and the grass of every field wither? Yeah, this page.
okay. Again, neither the earth nor the grass of the fields can mourn, but only some quality in us that has been ravaged. Likewise,
Ra-
in
maybe
Isaiah,
ravaged. Ravaged. What is this?
ravished.
Ravaged.
Ravaged. Mhm.
Ravaged.
It's like devastated, ruined.
Mhm. The mountains and hills will ring before you with song, and all the trees of the field will clap the palms of their hands. Isaiah.
Yeah, in this sense, do you see? It's about if a lot of people believe in Bible in literal sense, for example, and in holy books. That holy books say about physical things, but you see, mountains and
Mhm.
hills will ring before you with song. Tell me, who can explain it? How can mountains and hills uh, sing like? ring before you with song, and all the trees of the field will clap the palms of their hands. This is a question: do mountains have palms and hands? See, it's figurative language. Yeah, would you agree?
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's how can mountains have hands?
Uh,
It's
uh,
just piece of stone. Mountains.
uh-huh.
Yeah. It's figurative language because we
Yeah,
should understand
yeah. Yes.
in like in spiritual senses. How and
Mm.
how do you understand it? For example, the mountains and hills will ring like
It's call for example call, but I don't
yeah,
can't understand
ring
for this
hmm
mountain call before you with song.
with
How?
song. It's
Uh,
funny, yes. For example, literal sense, it sounds funny when we read it.
mm-hmm. Swedenborg, you understand the meaning? For example, for example, maybe if I sit and thinking about this, maybe I understand, but right now I don't understand the meaning.
Yeah, and I mean maybe Swedenborg will explain us what does it mean on the next page. Yeah, maybe
Mhm.
we can see. Mhm.
The
Yeah.
Lord, too, in making predictions about the end of the era, refers to the doctrine concerning faith as a field. Two will be in the field, one will be taken, the other left. Here, the field means both fails and true teachings.
False, false,
False and true teachings.
false is
Yeah,
lot is
true and
mhm,
false. Yeah, I know.
False.
fake, and true
Mhm.
teachings
Concerning faith, as in the current verse,
current,
as uh,
current. It's
current,
like present,
Current.
uh,
current, present today.
current,
It's
current verse.
current time. For example, for example, right now here is the current time
Yes,
in
right
this
now it's
channel.
saying current
Mhm,
time. Yeah.
mhm.
As a field is doctrine, whoever receives any seed of faith is also called a field, whether it is an individual, the church, or the whole world. And who want to read the next? So I
Mhm.
don't understand. Maybe you can, for example, describe what's the meaning of that mountain clap on the palms. Yeah, I don't understand.
Maybe Swedenborg will explain us because in next when we read next, maybe we can see it. Mhm.
Okay,
Okay. Mhm. I, are you tired? Yeah. To read.
now I'm just a little bit busy. Maybe
Mm.
somebody continue.
Okay. Who wants to continue? Maybe this from this. All this we can. Okay, I will continue.
Ah.
From all this we can now deduce what it means that when they were in the field, Cain rose up against Abel his brother and killed him. The meaning is that while both faith and charity grew out of the doctrine concerning faith, faith detached from love could not help completely devaluing. It's like value and devaluing, like, yeah,
Devaluing.
Yeah,
devaluing.
it's the
Mhm.
opposite.
Opposite value.
Yeah.
Love could not help completely devaluing charity. Yeah, because do you see? If I mean, it's about real value. What is real value? For example, in my understanding, I see it from this because people think a lot of people think that real value is like dollars. Yeah, like dollars have real value in this world. Yeah, maybe gold can say gold has
Money,
real
cash.
value.
Yeah.
Yeah, like but cash maybe not cash of every country, yeah, but maybe dollars of USA have real value, yeah, maybe euro money, mm, but it's about real value, yeah. But actually, it's not about real value. Maybe love is real value, yeah,
Mm.
because no, why not? Because when people when will if you live in any society where people love you, it's real value, yeah, because you know that people will help you if you are needy, and it's real value, yeah. And you think that dollars, for example, will help you? No, it's just physical thing. Yeah,
No, for example,
maybe
person.
love will help you in
No, no,
charity.
no. For example, person, yeah, was born in poor family, yeah,
Mhm.
and he will be thinking that the value it's a money. For example, people who was born in root family, he or she will be thinking that value it's a I don't know. Um, yeah, the value it will be, for example, I don't know how this say kindness and another thing. I don't know. It's I think it's yeah. In the of course in spiritual life, it will be value of love, justice, truth, and another things. But in this life, it's all these another things. It's different.
Can you buy love for money? No.
Uh, of course not.
What is more expensive, love or money? I mean, what has real value? Do you think it's money? Yeah, money. Only money have
Uh,
real value,
right now,
or love? Yeah,
in
right
my
now.
age, yeah, I think money. Maybe when I
Okay.
was 50 or 40, I think that it will be love. I don't know. But right now, I'm just realist, and I think right now the main thing and value it's money.
Okay. What about heavenly kingdom? About God's kingdom, for example, we understand that God's kingdom is perfect because God is perfect, and God's kingdom is angels, yeah, and what because angels live in God's kingdom. And what do you think? Uh, do angels have money to buy
No, of
something
course, no,
In
no,
God's
no.
kingdom?
Because
No.
they don't have. No, 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 no. I think they don't have like this meaning like money. They don't have this like how to this say определение как деньги. Вот там в принципе нету такого.
Mhm.
Understand?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Definition like
Mhm.
money you don't have on spiritual life.
Yeah, maybe angels and God have another value in heaven, yeah, to buy something to eat.
I think no. In heaven, all will be free, and uh, we can allow all what we want for free if we will be in heaven.
Yeah, it's like communism. Yeah, because communism means to have no money and to have everything in common. Would you agree? Yeah, it's the main idea of communism to have everything in common because it's about community. Community means to have everything in common. Like, uh, because this is the main question: who is the owner of the planet Earth? What do you think? Who is the owner? Like, who created the Earth, and who is the owner of the planet Earth? This is the main question, and we can say that I can ask you: is our planet Earth in common possession or not? Common possession, not maybe. Yeah, we can answer on this question if you understand who is the owner of the planet Earth where we live, because we know that the planet Earth is our own home where we live, and it supposes that it is in common. Yeah, it is in common. But who is the owner? Actually, it's about
Honor,
possession.
of course, our God.
Yeah, because God is, we understand that God is the creator of our planet Earth, and it means He's the owner. Yeah, it means, yeah. And does it mean
Yeah,
that
but
everything on Earth is in common or not? It's like we should live in community because angels live in community because angels have everything in common. It's like communism. Yeah. If you said angels live without money, it means that angels have communist model in heaven. And what does it mean? Is it perfect society? Yeah, it's perfect society. It means we understand that if God's kingdom is a perfect society, like ideal just society, it means that ideal just society doesn't have money. Yeah, but what is real value in heaven? What do you think? What is real value? Because if angels don't have dollars, for example, what is real value there in heaven, in your understanding?
I don't know.
Maybe love?
Uh,
Love is real value in heaven. To love, share, and comfort. To share. It's I think Swedenborg tries
Yeah,
to explain us it, maybe.
I
No?
I believe that. Yeah, I that's the most important part.
Yeah,
I
because
agree with you.
the first church had a communist model because they had everything in common. Yeah, they had one common possession. I mean, do you remember what happened after Pentecost? The first church Jesus built had everything in common. It means they had communist model, like communism. But actually, Karl Marx stole this idea from the Bible, and he threw out God from that idea to make that idea more popular. But it's an utopia
And
to
I
build the
mean,
kingdom of God on earth without God, in my
yeah, but
understanding.
I don't believe in
Hey,
communism,
brother.
bro. I believe that there's value in love, value in all things other than just money. That's what I believe in, but I just don't believe in communism.
I don't mean like communism without God, but I mean because communism is about common possession, yeah. And first church had communism, like Christian communism in it,
Hmm.
yeah.
In a
But
community
Karl
sense,
Marx,
yeah.
it's about
In like a
community. Community is about common possession. Would you agree? Because, for example, if you have your own possession in your church, it means your heart belongs to your possession. And you cannot be in common with your brothers and sisters because you are separated, because Jesus said, where your possession is, there your heart is also. You will think about your possession. You will think about your house. And another Christians in your church will think about their own possession, about their own cars and houses. Yeah, you cannot be united with them in this sense. Yeah, you can be united with them for any purpose, but you cannot be one organism, because do you remember Jesus died for all scattered children of God, for to bring them together and to make them one. This is the main
Hey,
goal of God,
brother,
to make
I have a
us one.
question.
Hmm? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, brother, what do you think in heaven? What part of our being will be there? Will we having our body there, or what part of our being will be there?
I understand
Yeah.
heaven as the state of mind. It's not a place in the universe, it's a state of mind. And hell too.
Okay, but in heaven, will our, will will there be our body or our soul?
excellent.
Heaven is inner world. It is not outside, it is inside. That because Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is cannot be observed, because it is within you. You see, it's inner kingdom. It means the kingdom of heaven is here on earth, within our minds, within our hearts. It's invisible kingdom. It's spiritual kingdom. Physical world is outside, but spiritual world is inside, because this is a world of thoughts, and God's world is spiritual world because God is spirit. Spirit is like information about what is above.
So heaven will be in afterlife. So where will we exist in afterlife? I
Where
mean
we
to
are,
say that
where we are
is
right now, where we'll be there also, because it's the state of mind. I mean, your mind is not physical thing, and your mind lives within spiritual world, because spiritual world is a world of information, and your mind is your information. And I mean, your mind is yourself. For example, when you sleep, you see your dreams, and within your dreams, you see yourself like a real man. You think it is yourself, yeah? But actually, your physical body doesn't move within your dreams, but your spiritual body looks like you yourself, yeah? You think it is you yourself, but it is not you like this, yeah? But you can fly within your dreams. How is it possible, yeah? It's like,
mm,
is it real? I mean, when you fly in your dreams, is it real flying or not? It looks like real, yeah? But you can say, it's not real, but we should understand what is real or not.
yeah, you're
I am
right.
talking about reality.
Right.
Yeah. And okay, I will continue, because I think we can recognize mm, this reality from this, because it's about charity. And we read, The, the meaning is that while both faith and charity grew out of the doctrine concerning faith, faith detached from love could not help completely devaluing charity and in this way extinguishing it. People do the same thing today when they claim that faith alone will save them, even if they never perform a single act of neighborly love. Do you see? Neighborly love, actually. Yeah, it's about my point of view, what I mean. So their theory itself annihilates charity, even though they recognize and pay lip service to the idea that faith does not save unless there is love. Pay lip service.
Lip.
Mm-hmm. It's like lip service is like only words, yeah, in this understanding. What does it mean? Pay, yeah, pay lip service is like to serve people only by your words. For example, if someone asks you for helping to him, you can say, "Oh, go and help yourself." It's like pay lip service. I understand it. To the idea that faith does not save unless there is love. Mhm. Next verse, Genesis 4:9. Okay, who wants to continue this Genesis 4:9, maybe?
Okay. Read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Genesis 4:9. And Jehovah said to Cain, "Where is Abel, your brother?" And he said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's guardian?" Jehovah said to Cain means a certain perception from deep down that spoke of charity, which is Abel, your brother, he said. "I do not know. Am I my brother's guardian?" means that he considered charity worthless, not wanting to act as its servant. So it means that he he totally rejected anything having to do with charity. This is what their doctrine had become. When the earliest people described Jehovah as speaking, they meant perception, because they realized that the Lord made it possible for them to perceive. This capacity for perception lasted only as long as love had primary importance. When love for the Lord came to an end, and love for others consequently did the same, perception died out. To the extent that love remained, perception remained. This perceptiveness was distinctive to the earliest church. After faith had been separated from love, as it was with those who lived after the flood, and charity was being acquired by way of faith, conscience took over conscience. Conscience took over. Conscience too speaks from within, but not in the same way. More on more on this will, by the Lord, by the Lord's divine mercy, appear later. When conscience dictates, the word describes it the same way, that is, a speech by Jehovah. Our conscience is formed from the revelations and knowledge of Scripture, and when the word speaks or supplies an inner dictate, it is the Lord who is speaking. The expression is more common, even today, than "the Lord says" when we refer to a matter of conscience or of faith. Being a guardian means serving, like the doorkeepers and gatekeepers in the Jewish religion. Mm, okay. Faith is called the guardian of charity here because it must serve charity. But the principles of that doctrine required instead that faith be dominant, as noted as verse 7.
Mhm. It was short. Yeah, maybe you can continue if you can.
Genesis 4:10. And he said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground." The voice of his brother's blood symbolizes violence inflicted on charity. The fact that the blood cries out symbolizes guilt. The ground symbolizes a schism. Is it schism?
Schism,
Schism.
like any
Schism.
separation and heresy too. Like separation or heresy. Yeah, separation and heresy are like the same thing because it's or.
Schism or heresy. Okay. The symbolism of the voice of blood as violence inflicted on charity can can be seen from many places in the word, where a voice is taken to mean everything that accuses and blood to mean every kind of sin, especially hatred. Those who hate their sister or brother kill her or him in their hearts, as the Lord teaches. You have heard that among the people of old it was said, "You shall not kill, but whoever kills will be subject to judgment." I say to you, though, that any who are angry at their sister or brother without cause will be subject to judgment. Once again, any who say raka raka to
Raka, it's
their
like Hebrew word.
okay
It's not. It cannot be translated.
okay
But
to their
maybe let's see. Raka. Yeah, it's Hebrew.
raka to their sister or brother will be subject to the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin.
Yeah.
But any who say stupid will be subject to fiery Gehenna. Is it Gehenna?
Fiery Gehenna. Yeah. Gehenna is like hell.
Jenna.
Jenna.
Gehenna.
Jenna.
Jenna. No.
Jenna.
Jenna.
Oh yeah.
But transcription is like Gehenna. Gehenna. Maybe we can see in dictionary pronunciation. Jenna or Gehenna. Let's see.
Hell.
Gehenna.
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 Gehenna. Gehenna.
Gehenna.
Like Gehenna, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Jenna, maybe Gehenna. Okay, next.
These words refer to different degrees of hatred. Hatred opposes charity, and if it does not kill with its hand, it still does so in its mind or heart, in every way it can. External deterrents alone prevent it from killing with its hand. So every form of hatred is blood, as in Jeremiah. Why do you amend your ways so as to seek love? Yes, on your hems is found.
Hems.
Hems.
Hems. I don't know. Hems. Why do you amend your ways so as to seek love? To seek love. Yes, on your hems is found the blood of innocent.
Pauper souls.
Innocent. Yeah, what is it, paupers? Ah,
Peepers.
it's like poor man.
What is it?
Peepers.
It's
Peepers?
poor man.
Peepers.
Peepers. Maybe in dictionary we can see the pronunciation.
Gehenna.
No, no. It's like this word. One word. Yeah, this word. Pauper.
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 Paupers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So I say
pauper.
Pauper.
A person destitute of means except such as an derived from charity.
the
Pauper. It's like poor people. Yeah, one who receives aid from funds designated for the poor. It's a poor people,
Pauper.
but pauper,
Pauper.
pauper.
and here is innocent pauper souls, like pauper souls. And what is hams? Yes, on your hams. Hams is like dress, I think. Yeah, it's about dress. Because on your hands is found, like on your dress is found, the blood of innocent pauper souls. Okay, got it. I got it.
Okay. Since hatred is blood, so is all wickedness, because the source of all wickedness is hatred, as in how uh, Hosea, false
Hosea.
swearing, false swearing, and lying, and killing, and stealing, and the committing of adultery thereof, and blood has followed on blood. Therefore the earth will mourn, and everyone living in it will waste away. In Ezekiel, will you judge the blood-soaked city and let it know all its abominations? The city is shedding blood in its midst. By your blood that you, sh- you shed, you have become guilty. This is about lack of mercy in the same author. The earth is full of judgment on crimes of blood, and the city is full of violence. In Jeremiah.
hmm You see, it means that these passages are not about blood, because we can see it's figurative language too, and because the earth is full of judgment on crimes of blood, because it's about like earth is full of judgment on crimes of blood, and the city is full of violence. Yeah, but we can say that blood is about violence, and he says that this is about lack of mercy. It's interesting. Because in this sense, blood is not like physical blood. Yeah, it's a figure of speech.
An account of the scene of Jerusalem's prophets. The transgressions of its priests who shed the blood of the just in its midst. Those same prophets and priests wander blind in the streets. They are defiled blood. In Isaiah, when the Lord washes away the dirt of Zion's daughters, and has cleansed the blood of Jerusalem from its midst with a spirit of judgment and a spirit of burning. In the same order, your palms have been defiled with blood, and your fingers with wickedness. In Ezekiel, I passed right by you and saw you trampled in your blood, and I told you, live in your blood, and I told you, live in your blood. This is about Jerusalem. Jerusalem's abominations, which are referred to as blood. The ruthlessness and hatred of the final days are also pictured as blood in Revelation 16:3-4. Blood is used in the plural here in the original language because everything wicked and uh, abhorrent wells up.
Abhorrent.
Abhorrent.
What is it? Abhorrent. Wicked. It's like wicked too. Disgust.
Abhorrent.
Abhorrent, like hateful. Disgusting, like this, I think. Abhorrent. Wicked and abhorrent.
Abhorrent wells up out of hatred, just as everything good and holy wells up out of love. Those who hate their neighbor would kill him or her if possible. In every way they are capable of, which is
What does it mean, wells and
well,
holy wells? Yeah, it's interesting. It's not like well, maybe like it's about water.
like holy water.
Yeah, it's about flood. Maybe it's like goods.
Higher quality.
Yeah, maybe best of all. And holy wells up out of love. What does it mean? Holy. Yeah, it's about spring. Like it's about water. Like source of water. Just as everything good and holy wells up, like follows up out of love. Like it's about like spring in figurative sense. Spring of water, like a source. Holy wells up out of love. It's like figurative language. Okay. Next.
Which is to inflict violence on their neighbor, and violence is what the voice of bloods properly symbolizes here. A voice crying out and the voice of outcry are common phrases in the word. They are used for every situation in which there is any noise, crowd, or hostility, and also where there is elation.
Elation.
Oh.
What is it?
Elation.
Is like
Euphoria.
euphoria. It's like a state of happiness, like this. Delight.
Delight.
Like joy. It's like joy. Isolation. Here the voice.
Oh, I think I didn't finish it yet.
There is
Yeah,
elation.
elation, as in Exodus 32:17-18. Uh, Zephaniah 1:9-10. I don't know what.
Zephaniah.
Zephaniah. Oh yeah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah and Jeremiah. Here the voice makes an accusation on. The symbolism of his blood cries out as guilt follows in turn because those who use violence have guilt, as in David. Evil will kill the ungodly person, and those who hate the just individual will incur guilt.
Incur, like to heal. Yeah, incur. No.
Incur.
Incur.
Her.
It's like carry. Yeah, carry. Incur guilt. Yeah, to carry guilt. And the just individual, evil will kill the ungodly person, and those who hate the just individual will incur guilt, like carry guilt. Okay.
In Ezekiel, city by the blood that you shed, you have become guilty. The symbolism of the ground here as a uh, schism or heresy.
Yeah, it's like synonyms. Schism or heresy is like synonyms.
Heresy, right?
Heresy.
Heresy can be
Heresy.
established. Heresy.
Mhm.
Okay. Heresy can be established by the symbolism of a field. Since a field symbolizes doctrine, the ground containing the field is a schism. We ourselves are also the ground and the field too, because doctrine and
Heresy.
heresy have been
Heresy.
sown in us.
Heresy.
Heresy, right? Have
Mhm.
been sown in us. Our character comes from the seeds we are sown with God, with good, sorry. True seed makes us good and true and evil. False seed makes us evil and false. Those who attach themselves to a particular doctrine are named for that doctrine. Those who participate in a schism or heresy are named for that. So the ground here stands for the schism or heresy that is in a person.
Mhm. Mhm. Thank you very much. And okay, it's I think this reading is over because I have to go. My brain is tired. And goodbye. See you.
Have a good one.